High voltages. Alright. I guess technically I could put my Trello board here. Sorry. All right. Hello, Robin. How are you? What kind of game? Scroll down. I've got an FAQ. It's a 2D shooter. I'm just working on some particles. like a 2D roguelike shooter. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I need a new way of doing this. I'm trying to make it so I have a system for static particles and a system for animated particles. The idea being that with animated, fine, it just animates through each frame, that's easy. But with static, it should pick one at random. I need to work out how I want to do that. Maybe I just have a flag on the sprite that says pick. Pick from. Like on creation, maybe. In which case, these two functions don't really need to exist like this, but whatever. Very good. Particles static random, particles animated. Yes, this is C++. Where did I put that variant? Particle sprite. What game are you guys making? Are you working on your own projects? Let me work this out for a second. You're making an infinite survival backrooms game. That sounds like fun. How are you generating your infinite rooms? Is it something you've come up with, or is it like a standard procedural algorithm? Holds alternative is what I'm looking for. Is it? How do I do this? I should be using C++ 17. Maybe I need to... This function template. It should be std holds alternative. Animated particle. Const auto is animated, right? Okay. Hello, Quantum Warp. You need to make a map generator. Your plan is to make a random generator inject your prefab rooms. That's cool. I don't know, how long ago was this? Like 7 or 8 years ago, I made a procedural mini golf game in Unreal Engine where I wrote the level generator as like a console application that would produce a bunch of coordinates to place rooms. And then I had a bunch of prefab rooms I'd made in Unreal Engine. And then during the level generation in Unreal, I'd like pick and place those prefab rooms and stitch them together to make my generated level. Is it a bit like that? I can try and find the video for you. If you flick through this golf game I made, is your plan to have something like this but with like inside rooms? How did you do it? I mean, that was my Unity dissertation project, so this took me about 6 months of working on it full-time as a student. That being said, I think I spent most of that time fucking around and like making the golf game. The actual level generation was not so tricky. If I remember correctly, so if you skip to about 5 minutes in, you can see what I called room generation. That one's pretty simple. Everywhere you see a floor, my level generator probably generated like a 0, and everywhere you see a wall, I think it generated a 1. So quite literally, I would generate like a big, probably like either a big 2D array or a linked list or some collection, iterate through it in Unreal Engine, and like load that prefab section at that coordinate multiplied by the size of the prefab. So if position 0, 0 or 0, 1 were a 1 or a 0, you'd multiply that by, let's say, 256. If our room is 256, you get the position in the array, multiply it by the size of your room, pop a room in at that position, iterate through your array, placing your rooms. It's pretty easy. This video I just sent, excluding the last level, which was handmade, the first 4 were all made through level generation, through some code I came up with. That's what Claude said. I'm not Claude. I'm Woolen. But this is something I did about 7 years ago, something as a student. I'm sure you'll be able to do it now. You can, I'm sure you can manage if you used a little critical thinking. Good luck. Let me think. That sounds like a really fun project, by the way. Good idea. I wish you luck. I love procedural stuff. I'm a big fan. Getting a lot of help from AI. Make sure to try and use your brain a little bit at least. Well, it depends what you're doing this for, I guess. But if you want to learn, I'd at least try and puzzle it out first, alright? You might learn better if you try and work it out first. That's me. Maybe you don't have to, I guess. Your first game. It's a great time to experiment then. That's not how you do this. Hang on. How do I use it? std get. Okay, it's std get. Let's extract this stuff out for now. You'll learn something. That's important. As long as you're enjoying it, that's what matters most, right? Never hurts to ask for help as well. I'm extracting this a little weirdly right now, you'll have to forgive me. What else might I need? Oh, I guess entity. No, we want to construct the entity and that we want to count, most importantly. Something like this. I guess I'll want this too. So here's when we would grab a random frame. Otherwise this is okay, I don't see any reason to deduplicate that further. So let's see. Did I get rid of my get? Yeah. So we want to do spawn particle. Should add this stuff to the header. looks good. So we want to spawn particles at position with a... I don't know why I was doing this 0.5x thing, but whatever. Well, guess you would pass in base or mean lifespan. So if you want them to last for, let's say, a second, that can be the mean, but then we can use a standard deviation curve to make them a little more random. So we can just say all of them last for about a second or so for now. Animation we don't need to pass in. Count in this case is 10. And type is just type. So that's not needed, that's not needed, that's not needed. That's not needed. I guess we want base particle speed as well. We don't need to pass in velocity, just want to pass in base speed. I guess it could be mean speed. So in this case, mean speed would be 4. Now this sort of thing, we could extract to a JSON file pretty easily. Come on, ClangD. Oh. Bit dense. I have them back to front. Okay. Let's see. We came up with a few ideas before, right? Big spark, we were doing 10 times, speed of 4. Oh. Small spark. Something like this. Looking pretty nice. Quite a bit neater. I've been working on the game. Hello, Shao. Hello, Yawo. Say. Hello, Sign. I'm okay. I'm a little tired. I've been working on this since COVID. The original version of the game was from like 2020 or something. Shinju. Hello, Shinju. Sign you? I don't know. Sign you? Don't know how the J's pronounced though. How do I pronounce your name? Yeah. I've been working on this for about 6 years, but the version you're looking at now is more about like 4 years old, I think. We basically restarted in like 2022. Can we see a demo? See a demo when I get it compiled again. Sure. I'm just working on redoing the particles that we were working on last stream, so we'll see how well it works. I wanted to take you to learn C++. I don't know how to answer that. Let's see. This will take a minute, by the way. How do you know when have you learned C++? There's a big FAQ you can see if you scroll in the description, which might answer a lot of your questions. I'm working on a 2D roguelike shooter. Let's see, this should be... I'm currently working on a system where I can have animated particles, which was already fine. That bit was fine. But I also want to have it so you can have a static particle, where it just picks one of these sprites and then uses that for the animation, for like the whole particle's lifetime. So when you break a wall, the dirt chunk that flies off doesn't need to be animated. It can rotate or whatever, I don't care, but it doesn't need to change frames. Whereas with like a smoke or spark or something, it's kind of nice to have them animate. So I'm writing that system. It's my favorite game. I like Ocarina of Time. I think Ocarina of Time is a really good game. What about you? Yeah, I'll say that, like, C++ I do on this game and the C++ I do at work, there's like some crossover, but like at work we don't use the standard library, for example, so my knowledge of certain standard things are pretty limited. Obviously I know about like variant and stuff, but like, we don't use vectors at work, for example. Not that those are terribly complicated, but we also use a pretty old version of C++. I don't even know if we have ranges. Maybe we do at work. We don't use them at least. Hey Bowser. Yeah, it's Ascension Day. It's a Dutch public holiday. Oh yeah, I was going to remake this system as well. I've got my Trello open on the side. I need to have a console command to spawn particles. We'll do that today as well. We need this like deferred particle spawning system, because usually we're spawning particles while looping over the registry, and generally it's bad vibes to modify a collection as you're iterating over it. So right now, just to get it working last stream, we just made a little temporary cache to fill up and then iterate over after we've finished iterating the registry, but it's a little, I'd rather that was centralized. What do you do? I'm an embedded engineer. So I work with C++. I used to be a mobile developer. So I did iOS and Android development for like 5 years? 6 years? 5 years? I don't know. Nice music choice, thanks. Great use of variant, if I do say so myself, if this works. What do you guys all do? Do you have jobs, or are you students, or chilling, or what? You're considering learning C++ to get a little closer to working with memory. It's a good language. It's excellent. Being able to fuck around with memory is really handy, and it kind of pisses you off a little bit when you go to another language and you have like a little less control than you're expecting. Let's see. So the particles are still spawning, okay. Let's see. This is the game. You guys wanted a demo, right? This is what we've been working on. You got guns and stuff. There's a shotgun. It's very cool. And we've just tried to rewrite the particle system, and it looks like they're still spawning okay. So when you shoot a wall, you get like some particle. When a bullet ricochets, you get a different particle, so when it bounces. It's a bit easier to see with the Uzi, maybe. The SMG, sorry. You see here, you get like a little spark, and then a big spark when it breaks. And then when you destroy a wall, you get a this sort of dirt. Right now, you see the dirt is spawning, it's like animating through all of these frames. So my work now is to make it so it picks one of these frames at random and then doesn't animate. See? So when you break a wall, it will be like a random mix of dirt and leaves and stuff. It's nice, isn't it? I have quite a lot of work to do on my particle system. We did one, let me think. We had a very basic particle system in place from like 5 years ago or something that we just sort of smashed together. And then last stream, we did one stream on implementing it, so I have quite a number of to-dos. I want to make like a nice particle editor. I want to extract some of the stuff maybe to JSON so I can edit it without having to recompile, and I want to have different ways of spawning particles. Right now they just spawn from a central position and radiate out. It'll be nice to be able to spawn them in a shape, so like within a circle or a square, and say, do they Are they averaged towards the center, or are they spread evenly throughout? For example, when you break a dirt block, I feel like it should spawn particles within a square at random. I also want to make it so when you shoot a wall, the particles use the same maths to ricochet. So you see here how the bullet bounces off the wall. I want to make it so when you shoot a wall, the particle sort of bounces off back at you. I'd also like to make it so when you shoot something, the particles that the enemy has when they're killed maybe inherit some of the velocity of the weapon. So if you shoot something with a rocket, I feel like it should go backwards with loads of smoke when something gets hit by the rocket. Obviously right now everything's using the same on-hit particle. All this stuff should be pretty easy. So you see here when I shoot him, it just spawns a bunch of random sparks or whatever. It would be cool, I think, if I stab a rat from like this angle, if it shoots particles this way based on like the amount of damage that was dealt. So if you get hit with a sniper rifle, especially, this should go like kaboom, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm doing today. You could be deving anything. This is just another job. Your work involves the dev and maintenance of a big financial processing platform for Dell. That sounds exciting. That sounds stable, actually. Particles have physics. All the stuff I've described is not going to be that hard to implement. I'm just reading off mentally. I've also got... I can just read my Trello board. I wanted a constant emitter, so if you had like a fire, for example, it would sit there and just emit particles over time. Right now they're just born at once. There's all sorts, don't worry about it. Yeah, job's stable. I mean, that's what matters most, right? If you have a stable job, you can kind of... It's easier to focus on hobbies, I feel at least. I could not focus on anything but work when I had less stable job. Boring job. Yep, the embedded system's great. Embedded's cool. If it interests you, I'd consider seeking it out. Hello. The Martha? Yeah. Anyway, let's get to it, right? So, particles are back and working again. Let's get the static thing working at least. Let me think. We're not taking into account this stuff yet. That's fine. I'll take into account the mean lifespan and stuff later. I just can't be asked right now. What I'll probably end up doing is having a similar thing. I have this data type here for bullets, and then each bullet itself has its own wherever bullet data is. I don't remember. I guess it's just in here. And then we have our components. We have a various ways to handle RNG. Standard deviations and stuff. I'll probably end up reusing a system like that. I'll wait until I extract stuff to JSON first. What game am I building? There's a description with all sorts of frequently asked questions, but it's a 2D shooter. Okay, let's see. So normally, we produce a sequence which has a bunch of frames, blah, 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 blah. What we need is... But the sequence... Could also be part of the sprite, I guess, as well. Solo animation. We have our animation system, after all. Okay. Animation time, instead of starting at 0, could default to... It could be picked at random and then not iterate. That could work. Got frames here. Okay, that could work all right. Sorry, I'm thinking but not talking. In our animation system, we iterate over this thing called animation time. We don't iterate, sorry. We increment animation time with delta time. So the way the sprite animates is the animation system updates, it ticks up the animation time, and then later on, when we're rendering our actors, we use animation time to interpolate which frame to get, which we get in this function, getFrame. I already have a boolean called loop animation. What I can do as well is have a boolean that says static, or like, no, disable animation, for example. And then what I can do is give it a random default animation time, so it picks just a random time, and that way it will actually pick a random frame and stick on that frame and not increment. Isn't that fancy? That being said, maybe that should be on sprite sequence. Something like this could work. There's probably a lot of ways to do this. So if we're not disabling the animation, then we increment animation time. Pretty easy, right? I'm wondering if this stuff should be held on the sprite now. Could be held on the sprite itself and not the sequence. That might make more sense. Because then sequence can change. Yeah, okay, I think that makes more sense. I guess it can be pause animation. Something like this. We'll take it away from sequence. This doesn't need to exist here. Let's see, if sprite dot pause animation, something like that, right? Is that not what I called it? It is. So if we're not paused, we can increment animation, nice and easy. And then it's as simple as when we're spawning our particle and we're creating our animation, what we can do is say, if it's a static animation, we can say animation. Oh, this isn't a sprite yet. Hang on, actually, I need to think about this for a moment. I think it's add animation, we're doing that. Just a moment. I think in add animation, we're spawning a part in a sprite, right? Yes, okay. I am just going to write another thing. Yeah, add static animation, maybe. We'll want to have float animation, start animation time, and we'll want just that, actually. So animation time can be start animation time, and we want pause animation to be true. That should be pretty easy. And then we can just pop that in the header. Add animation, there we go. Something like this. These can be no discard, maybe, I don't know. No, they don't need to be no discard, actually. That's okay as well. So here we want to add static animation, and the random start time, well, we can just make that up. So if this were to be 1, then it would give it whatever sequence it would normally have at 1 second. Thank you, DXG. Hey, Donut. Is animation time being incremented twice there? I'll have a look in a moment. How are you doing? You finished with leagues, you got all the points you wanted. Nice. I'm not interested in AI. I have used it at work, though. I'm not impressed. Terribly. Especially with how expensive it's gonna get. I'd rather train my own brain. Not understanding anything. I'm building a particle system. Before you were a slot machine game dev on all platforms. That's interesting. How many years of coding experience have you got? I don't know. I used to program when I was a kid, like 20 years ago, but was I programming in GameMaker? I guess so. GameMaker language is a language. Was I any good at it? I made stuff. WI, yeah, Woolen Intelligence. Who up spawning their particle? Oh. I'm hoping what I'm doing here isn't too complicated. I'm basically just trying to make it so when I spawn a particle, it can pick a random frame. That shouldn't be too complicated. As the sprite animates, time goes up. So let's say this were being animated at 1 frame per second. Every second, it goes to the next frame, 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 and then it loops back, and so on. All I'm doing is making it so it doesn't increment, so the frame just stays wherever it starts. And I'm just going to make it start at a random frame. And that's how it will be static. Pretty easy, right? I hope. I just need to work out how to come up with that decently. It doesn't really matter in this sense. If I just want any frame completely at random, it doesn't need to be based on, because it will loop around. It doesn't need to be based on like the length of the animation. I can basically just pick any way I want of generating that. I could use random angle. Obviously it will, if I use a particular number generator at random, it'll be more likely to, what's the word? It'll average over to some frame, maybe? Let's not think about that. Oh, Jerry. I could just have random frame. If I'm only sticking to 8 frames for now, that could also be easy. I can come up with a better idea later. Just something easy. Uniform real distribution. Looks good. It'll be biased to whichever frame happens to be at the edge of the distribution. Exactly. But for now, that wouldn't have really mattered too much. I will just make this. Random animation, something like this. Indeed, it would be biased towards the edge. So if I had a random generator that picked between 1 and 10, but I've only got 8 frames, it's more likely to be 1 or 2, I think, or whatever. But when it comes to random particles like this, you can forgive a little bit of fudging, I would say. But we can get around that simply by just having the random engine be between 8 for now. Until I need more complicated code than this, I don't see any reason to worry about it. Let's see. So theoretically, when we break a wall, it shouldn't animate. It should be a random. Yeah, it looks correct. I'm going to set the lifetime to be quite long. Let's just set it to +10. I think that looked like it was working, right? So you can make it static. Yes. No, it doesn't need to be random to be static. To be static, I just don't increment the animation time. So as far as it's concerned, time has frozen. That's easy, right? In my animation system, I just don't add to animation time with delta time. I want it to be random because that's the behavior I want. I want to be able to say when you're destroying a I can flip these around as well. When you destroy a wall, which is made up of dirt and leaves, I just want it to pick one of these frames at random. And that's pretty much it. Let's see, I think I saw it working anyway. Okay, it's clearly using the look at it go. Yeah, look, it's not animating. But you can actually see the sparks are animating pretty nicely. The little sparks look alright. Alright, let's see. Yeah, look. Isn't that cool? It looks kind of silly with a long lifetime, doesn't it? Whee! There's no friction, by the way, so they'll just keep going as if everything's a vacuum. Doesn't look bad, does it? Anyway, let me think for just a hot minute. What do I want to do next? let's tick some stuff off. So, randomly pick a frame. I'm just ticking stuff off my Trello board. So I've done the set of animated and a set of randomly pick a frame. That's mostly it for now, actually. Particles will not spawn. No, they will not cause lag. Particles will be perfectly fine. This game is a very low resolution, and I'll be honest, I'm not spawning 400,000 particles on the screen. The amount of cycles it takes to calculate a single particle in this is beyond trivial. And we can find out, right? If I set count for spawn particles, if I set this count to some huge number, it shouldn't really lag too much. Let's say when we are breaking a wall, let's say it spawns 10,000 particles. More than I would ever have in this game. Let's see how performant it is. In debug, by the way. So this is as inefficient as it could possibly be. When we build the game for release, it will be even faster. I mean, that's it. That's spawning 10,000 at once and then they go. If I go to 5,000. This is with zero optimization as well. If I go up here. I mean, they resolve and they go. 1,000? They are getting cleaned up. Yeah. I mean, look at that. I'm able to spawn 1,000 of them with a lag spike, mind you, but... I mean, if it's able to resolve this... I think it's okay. I seem to not be spawning the wall break particles sometimes with the explosions. Like, I would never have 1,000 wall particles spawned on the same frame. And considering it's working okay in debug mode, I think we're okay. Let's go back to 10. This is using OpenGL under the hood, but I'm using LibDonut to handle that. You can check the description for FAQ. Scroll down and have a read. Yeah, we only seem to be spawning the wall break on tiles to destroy. But in, I guess, collision system on explosion. Yeah. Okay. You saw animation time being incremented twice. No. So the sprite, as we're iterating over all the sprites, its animation is being incremented. This is intentional, yeah. Because the weapons being stored in the inventory is not stored separately in the registry, so it wouldn't be available in this loop. So this allows us to have animated weapons. This is correct. What do I think of badly optimized games from huge companies? I think it's awesome. I think it's really cool, and I think that's a really good question. I wish people would spend less time making good code and more time fucking around. That's what I think. Okay. Anyway, let's make it so we can spawn particles with a console command, and then we can avoid all of this delayed construction stuff we're doing. I think what I'll need to do is have some kind of hey Donut, I'm using this lovely variant code here. It's very nice. I think I'll just have a console command that somewhere in game or system manager or something, it stores a list of particles that need to be generated next update cycle or whatever. And I can just add to it with particle sprite like this. I could even have a number to spawn. As alternative. It's nice. I'm quite happy with that. I've still got the CPP refs page open. Is there a faster way of doing it than what I've done here? You see here I'm doing it holds alternative and then const sprite type is. Is there a sort of all-in-one like try get or get, but then get returns an empty null pointer or something? There are better ways of doing that. How would you have written this? Because this feels like it works fine, but I feel like there should be a one-off. There should be a way to do this in one go. Show me on Discord. Interesting. All the games were more optimized. Not necessarily. The popular ones that you still hear people talking about were optimized, but there were plenty of awful console games. There were a lot. I mean, there were a lot of old games that just ran terribly. But sometimes it's because they were like the technology was new. Like I'm sure you guys have all watched all those. What's his name? Kaze, like the Mario 64 guy. You've seen him like tear apart the Mario 64 engine, but like a lot of the faults that the Nintendo devs made at the time were just because they were the first to do it. It's like the weird way that they've put bones together on Mario's model and slightly inefficient maths they're using and all that. They didn't know better at the time, really. And then they kind of fixed that going on. Like I think Majora's Mask really pushed the N64. But, you know, just generally devs, I think, at least used to be a lot more close to the metal. If you were writing a lot of assembly in C, you kind of came with the job. But even then, people would still do shortcuts. Yeah, some of the stuff is really cool in old games. I really like how old Pokemon games compressed the Pokemon sprites. That's a good video to look up if you're ever bored. Think about how they were able to fit 151 unique, like 64 by 64 or whatever the size is, sprites for Pokemon on the Game Boy. It's really cool. Like it's a pretty normal compression algorithm, but just thinking that they were doing this in like, what was it, like 1992 or whatever, on a Game Boy. It's nice. They were really doing some cool stuff. There's some smart people. I managed to fit Kanto in Pokemon Gold. 2 megabytes. Did it have Did it have that much? I feel like it must have had way less than that. 2 megabytes is like what the N64 has. I feel like it's like 64 kilobytes or something. I don't remember. 2 megabytes in the 90s would have been quite a lot, I think. But I might be wrong. I don't remember, honestly. I mean, the systems I'm working on have kilobytes of memory. And that's current year. God, dude, the work we could do if we had 1 megabyte of memory. Whatever. Imagine having to think about... I mean, you should think about how your memory is laid out. But I imagine, like, having to. Like, here, like, when I've written these structs, I have not thought about the order that I put them in. But in reality, if this was at work, I'd have to think about how I want to pack these balls together. Just because, like, we are fucking low on memory. 64 kilobytes, sick. Yeah, that shit's a pain in the ass. And RuneScape music's really good. Alright, particle, spawn, system manager, console. Oh no, wait, console commands is in game, right? Here we go. Where am I actually dealing with the console commands? It's this one, right? So, let me think. I think it would be simplest but quite inefficient to just have, in the registry's context, a big vector of particles to spawn. That would be the easiest, that would be by far the easiest thing to program. But then we're constantly doing this with a vector in memory, which I'm not terribly happy with. So I could use an array and like have a max number of particles I can spawn at once. I think a lot of games will do that. Could be alright. Let's be honest, with particles, if you're spawning more than 256 at once or whatever, in one frame, that's kind of fucked. I could also spawn it as instructions. So I could write in, or maybe a much smaller vector or a much smaller array, I could write spawn 10 dirt at position blah. I don't know what's best right now, actually. That's Mystic. I don't know. Oh, get if. Or match. Okay, so get if. Is that a standard library thing? Is that's essentially, I guess, what I was asking about. Oh, that is STD variant, yeah. Wait, hang on. If... No, hang on. Get if is your thing. Hang on. Oh, I see it's on two chunks. So with standard variant, there is STD get if, and you get a pointer. So if the pointer is pointing to a non-null piece of memory, that seems okay. And you can also do STD visit to check all the potentials. I might do STD visit. That feels a bit more C++y. I'm not using your variant, not because I hate you, just because I want to get familiar with the standard template library, but looking at it, the syntax is the same. Except with your one, you don't pass in... Well, you do pass in the type and you just forgot to write it, maybe? Oh no, you do type.getIf. So instead of it being a function called standard getIf, where you pass in a type, it's a function on variant. Father's Day coding. Is it Father's Day? It's Ascension Day here. Is what you'll do over time. You'll try out LibDonut and make a small game with it. That sounds cool. Talk to Donut about it. I'm sure he'd be happy to have another person trying out their library. He has been working on version 3 for a while though, yeah, so it might be worth waiting for that. He's got a lot of sample programs and stuff. Yeah, it's a day off, yeah. Oh, goedemorgen. Well, goedenavond. It's actually 12:30, I guess. Okay, you know the dev of it? It's the guy in Twitch chat. Yep. He's also been working on it for about, what, 6 or 7 years or something? Because when I started on this project originally, it was like an SFML2... SFML2? Whatever it was. SFML-based framework. Yeah, he needs to come up with a different name. If you can think of a good name for LibDonut. Well, you're not just going to call it Grem. I thought Grem was fun. It's a good framework. I like it a lot. You can use as much or as little of it as you want. I think I'm mostly just using it for drawing sprites, right? So my render code is pretty trivial. I just pass in draw, and then he's got a bunch of nice built-in structures like rectangles and whatnot. It's fun beat out the balls. You can just call it Grem. I think it'll be alright. They're not gonna kill you. They'll just say like, oh, you can't use the word Grem. GG Murin owns that. You have to call it Grem_1 or something. I don't know. I'd just go with it, dude. Just don't go on cover.org and like copy copyrighted PNG and use that as your logo. I think it's fine to call it Grem. You could also message GG Murin and ask her. You do a similar thing with Python with your Python wrapper for Pygame. Yeah, obviously not. But yeah, it's nice. I think LibDonut 3, like the one he's coming out with, is going to have like all sorts. He's got like a physics engine. I think he's got his own version of Entity, his own ECS module. Physics engine, I might have said. I think a lot of stuff which has been written in this project has also made its way into the engine, right? So as I was having issues with like collision detection with capsules and stuff, I think he's added a lot of that to his library as well, which is awesome. Much more useful for real games. Excuse me, Donut? Is Woho not a real game? What the fuck? I'm coding without clause. Yep, I've still got my job. It can't be, is it? Maybe it is that mass spread. I don't know. I feel like with hobbyists it shouldn't be that mass spread, but maybe it is. I've kind of decided I don't care anymore. I'm not using it, but I think I've stopped caring if other people are using it. Everyone should understand the risks of using tools and the benefits. I choose not to use it, but I don't want to argue anymore. I'm so sick of it. I like my brain, so I will work on building my brain, but you know, that's me. Yeah, I mean, if you're in work, I do whatever. If your boss tells you to jump, you need to say how high, right? But this is my hobby project, so I see no... It's about the journey, not the destination, right? If your hobby project's just to get to the end of it, what are you going to do when you finished it? You got to the end of it. Is that the fun? The fun is getting to the end of it? That doesn't sound exciting. I like the journey of building it, so everything I do is exciting. I don't want to skip that bit. You don't want to do everything themselves. Oh, you mean real games that don't want to do everything themselves you should add? Oh yeah. That's fair. Donut, you're a couple of MGUI screens away from just making a fucking engine. Just write a text editor, and then that's it. You've already got a model viewer, right? Why not just embed Blender somehow? I keep getting lost, sorry. I'm just gonna implement something and then see how I feel about it. We can always modify it later. So we've got our commands. I would like to have a command called spawn particle. And we'll see how inefficient it is. Like, you know, I don't want to prematurely optimize. If it's perfectly fine to just have an array of 256 potential things to spawn at any time, so be it. Yeah. Let's see. Spawn particle. Struct spawn particle. And then I just need to grab whatever information. Sorry, I use in Entity Factory, because it's basically just deferring this call, right? This call here. I just want this stuff. So yeah, easy. Let's just get those commas out of here. Something like that. Spawn particle, position, lifespan, speed, count, type. Okay, this has already got the instructions in it, so this shouldn't even be that inefficient. You will now take a spawn particle. I don't really know if there's an issue with copying it. But spawn particle instructions. Ah, bugger. Go back to good old-fashioned just clicking and pressing Control V. As intended. Oh. Sorry, you're a sprite type. You were just marked red because you were feeling a bit spicy. Okay. So, spawn particles. You are now taking this. Easy game. In the level editor you're working on, you could almost be. Aside from the FPS example, there's no canonical way to do levels or a scene hierarchy yet. Just wait until you get customers and they're like, oh, buddy, we need to have depth and scenes and layers and all this stuff built in. Before you know it, Donut Godot. You made a 3D game engine in Python, also a wrapper using Panda 3D. Cool. Hello, Underpants94. That's right, I'm a real manly man. Oh, actually, I look pretty bicepy. I might go to the gym later. Alright, You're building your portfolio game-based type. What do you mean? That sounds cool. Okay, should this shit be not in Entity Factory? Because this... So I had a thought in my... okay, hang on. Let's defer this thought. Leave this as is for now. Just stop myself from going on a tangent. I've got a note that I'll talk about in a minute. Maybe you're already pre-thinking about how... we'll see. Okay, game. System manager. You. Talk to me. What's the inefficiency between having a vector constantly resized all the bloody time, or just saying you can only spawn an array? Save your thought before you forget it. I have saved my thought. We'll get onto it in a moment. So I'm thinking of just an STD array of spawn particle. This should really be called spawn particle instructions, because that's what it is. Spawn particle instructions. We can have an STD array of spawn particle instructions. Let's say we can have 10 at once or whatever. We'll think about that in a second. And we're going to call this, well, who'd have thought? Bam. What I will do now is go to my common, and we'll have a nice inline const expert called max particles spawned at once in a single frame. Size t, max particles spawned, well, max particle instructions is 64, I don't know. It's way bigger than we need. We can say 32. Inline const expr size t, max particles. I don't know if I'm actually going to use this, but it's kind of nice to have in general, right? The amount of time it takes to work out how many particles you have alive at once might immediately undo this, but it's okay to use a dynamically sized vector as long as it's reused across frames. Okay. Yeah, alright then. I'll take that advice. Let's do that then. That's true. Makes things easier. Yeah, but then it goes on the heap fragmentate. Ah, whatever. This is, my computer is like 64 gigs of memory. It's fine, right? Right? Whatever. It is being reused. Speaking of customers, you were thinking that maybe a level editor... Make the level editor a commercial product for custom game engines in need. That could be cool. Okay, let's see. So we've got a list of instructions. In my game, when we are reading through our console commands like such, we're going to have a section where we get a, what did I call it? Spawn particle instructions. Here, systems manager, what's this called? Dot push back? Yeah, in place is construct and in place, right? Push back is... How does this work? Sorry, it's because I don't want to put a reference in there. Do I need to do in place to put a copy in there? Because there's in place and push back, right, with vector. std vector. cppReference.com. Push back. If the vector change capacity, all of them. Great, that's iterator invalidation. That's not it. Member functions. In place back. Constructs an element in place at the end. In place. Constructs an element in place. Where's pushback gone? Hop back? Yeah, I know that one. Where's pushback? Pushback adds an element to the end. So I guess I want to use in place so I have a copy. Or I could just do this, like a whatever. Different. Whoops. You need a comma there. Oh no. Hang on a moment, I popped this in the wrong spot, didn't I? Okay. Private member. Become public. Could also just have a function called add_to, but again, it's a fucking hobby, silly hobby game. Oh, it's not, yeah, I guess we can do that here. It's a personal project, so we can be a little fucking messy. What do you mean does not have an overload operator left? Pushback would have worked. If you push back with a reference, does it still in place? It's functionally the same. Instructions. That's funny. Spawn particles. Because it was called spawn particles. So when I renamed spawn particle to spawn particle instructions, it also changed the function name. That's funny. Alright. That's fucking funny. Reference are already always implicitly dereferenced if they have to be based. Alright, what's wrong, little guy? Enter the Gungeon. Oh, yeah, because you just taken instructions now. Hang on, that's not it. Spawn particles. Entity factory spawn particles. What's wrong? Unknown identifier? That's this struct, isn't it? Ugh. Okay, that refactor was not good. VS Code? Not feeling you today, VS Code. I wish you had a decent refactor tool. Renaming? Terrible. Right, spawn particle burst, spawn particles. You guys are fucking having a terrible time. It does not take 5 arguments. Okay, fair enough. Can I just do this? Well, actually, no, this is where I want to put my console command in. Let me think for a moment. Yeah. How do I send console commands again? Is it just called send console message? Can I just access that here? Maybe I thought maybe this was on system. It is. Okay, so I might just be able to do this. Send console message. And then you pass in one of these. And then you construct it as such. That should work. Now I was just wondering if it was worth extracting the spawn particles instructions and then sending the message at the end, but then I'd have to do something. I think this is okay. I think this is okay. Looks good to me. You don't have access to this. You're Entity Factory. You're not a system. That makes sense. You have access to the registry. So maybe, unless, yeah, maybe I just do this. Yeah, we can. So as long as you have access to the registry, you have access to this, right? I wish we had extensions, like in Kotlin. So I could just add an extension on registry, you know, or on context. It seems unnecessary to have an intermediate list of instructions and intermediate console command. Yeah, but it also means that my list of instructions is only like 5 long instead of like 4,000 long. I don't know how big of a difference that is. I'm currently fine with this. This list of instructions thing leads into my thoughts that I'll have in a minute, maybe. So don't worry about that for now. Oh. I'm guessing command is in... Oh, it is in... Wait, where was I defining command again? Context variables. Well, let's just put it in here then. Yeah, that's okay. You should have access to the level generator system. I think this is okay. This is okay. Extensions would be nice. This'll do for now, but yeah. Let me think. Yeah, don't worry about the deferral thing right now. All will be clear. Using PyCharm and JetBrains, why VS Code and not CLion? CLion did not have a free community edition when I started on this project, otherwise maybe I would have used it, because I was more used to the JetBrains toolset at the time. Android Studio and IntelliJ and stuff. But now I'm using VS Code, partially just from inertia, and also partially because I'm using it at work. So it makes sense to use the same tool for both, so I can get better with it. That makes sense. It's kind of nice when your hobby and your work both help each other out, I guess. Fix, what do you mean fix available? Oh, you're in context variables. Oh yeah, because you are a console command. Okay, that makes sense. I was thinking about moving it, but then I was like, well, hang on, I have just put this in here as well. This is fun. This is all fun. Thank you, Clang D. You're a real one. Don't worry, Donut. All right, you're talking about something in the middle of working on it and saying, you know, when like Bob Ross is working on a painting. Not that I'm Bob Ross or working on a painting. You know when he like puts a big like black splodge across the screen and says like, "Don't worry, this will look good." That's what I'm doing now. Like I'm slowly refactoring things bit by bit, like a human would. Instead of doing it all in one go, like some kind of weird machine. We're making our own engine, yeah. So just steady on. You can see Donut on screen. Thanks, Donut. Just don't try not to backseat too much. Bit much. Alright, so now when I'm sending this small particles instructions in here, we're now placing it into our systems manager's spawn particle instructions. So in systems manager, in, I don't know a good spot necessarily, we can say update or tick. But no, doesn't terribly matter. We can run all our systems. Tick. No, I think I want an update. Because really it should be, they should be spawned as soon as possible after they were requested. If they were requested to be spawned in tick, then still putting in update will still have it as close as possible after that tick. Okay, Zori. The small tattoo on screen, your code looks like a little coloured dot. Are you on mobile, maybe? I've tried increasing the text before, but I found it too difficult to work. So that's what's const? Oh, okay. Well, actually, hang on a moment. You can be const. Huh? Although making this const doesn't really make a ton of sense. Well, I guess it's a const reference. Just hold on for a minute. What's the theme? This is 2026 Dark or something. Alright, so this should, at least for now, make the particles work again. So this is as they were before, right? So we've managed to at least start the refactor off. We've now slightly deferred it. Which distro do I use? I'm using Windows 11 by Microsoft. It's terrible, but it also runs Apex Legends. So yeah. That was the first step, was to extract this particle thing to a console command. As such. What distro do you use? Again. I've used, weirdly, I used a Steam Deck for like a year as my PC, so I used Arch. A weird version of Arch for a year. Arch Linux? Arch Linux? How can you survive? I thought it was malware. I mean, it turns out that, like, I mean, it just kind of works for most things. Like, Microsoft sucks, and it does have, like, spyware, but, like, I mean, you're watching me, like, do stuff. I, like, play games and stuff, and I, like, program, and it works okay. It's fine. You know? Linux Mint's nice. I used Mint for a bit. Windows has its pitfalls, but it is nice that things written for Windows work on Windows. So the games that I play, for example, work. That's a big one. Do I like the Windows audio delay that they have baked in? No, that's why I have to use Real whenever I'm playing a fucking rhythm game. Do I like that they're trying to get rid of local users and replace it with an always online thing? No. No. Do I like Microsoft? No. Do I like all the AI stuff? No. Do I like how slow it's gotten? No. Bloated? No. I do like that I can just load up a CD of a game I bought 20 years ago and it just works. That's cool. People, I don't know if people underappreciate it, but Windows backwards compatibility is actually fucking insane. Like, I'm pretty sure you can download an executable version of, like, Paint from fucking 2000 and it will just work. Crazy. Yeah, Windows subsystem for Linux is pretty good. I'm not downloading stuff all the time. Yeah, that's the do. Cinnamon 64-bit. Have I ever used AI for coding? Yeah. I mean, I have a job as a software engineer. We have access to all of them at work. I'm not a hater from ignorance. I'm a hater from having seen what it does, experimented with it, and thought about it. So it's a conscious decision to not use it in my hobby project. I think it's rubbish, but I don't think it's rubbish from just blind hate. I see it used all the time at work. I have access to the good ones, the good ones, like the Claude 4.7 or whatever. It still randomly hallucinates. You ask it to do something pretty basic, and it misunderstands. There's even on GitHub, there's a button to say, like, Copilot fix this. For example, with a merge conflict. And as a human, you could resolve that merge conflict like that. You know, for example, this merge conflict is it's as simple as some submodule hash got updated. So I just want to use the latest version of that submodule on my main branch. Nice and easy, make a PR, update the hash, merge it. Yet the Claude thing, or whatever Copilot's using, GPT 5.4, whatever, just still struggles with it. What language comes next to CPP for game dev? C# very popular. I don't know. I don't like it. Not just because it's like burning the planet and it's like morally horrible because it's based on a bunch of stolen work, but also it's mostly the brain drain I don't like. I think. Although I had a nice talk with my architect. He says that I should give people more credit. Like, if someone's already a senior dev for like 10 years, it should take more than like a year for them to forget all their work, which I hope is true. What's the theme? I just said. It's Dark 2026. I don't like the people are losing their ability to critically think. And I like my colleagues because they're nice, but I also like them because they're smart. So if I ask my colleagues something, and instead of having a conversation with them where we have like a bit of a back and forth, they just like pull something out of a chatbot, I feel a bit like hurt. Like, why did I even talk to you? I could have spoken to the chatbot. Oh well. We'll see how it goes going on. The robots are getting more expensive next month, I think. Copilot's going up 24 times or something. So I suspect companies will pull back a little bit when it becomes more expensive than people, but I'm a software engineer, so I like solving problems and stuff. I'm not really I didn't want to be a tech lead who trains a junior who doesn't have capacity to learn. But maybe that is going to be my career in the future, in which case I'm very glad I'm still doing this as a hobby. I don't know what those things are, Dot. Do you solve practical problems? Yes. Windows is the biggest platform for games, yeah. Sorry. They off. Rust is a fine language. I think if you're able to use Rust well, then you're quite smart, I think. Okay, so my first step was to add this instructions list, okay? That's the first step. We've now recreated our behavior from before and deferred something a little bit. So my thought is in our systems where we're currently asking the entity factory to spawn particle, this bit, I want to put this as a console command, okay? Maybe, if that makes sense. Because my thought was, this instruction set can be, it can either be like a, how do I describe this? You could have a default instruction set. So if I just want to spawn a small smoke and I don't care how it looks, where it goes, or what it does, there can be a default small smoke. But I want to be able to modify that as needed. So for example, if I hit a wall with a ricochet, I want the velocity to be counter to the normal of the wall. So if the bullet hits the wall like that, you know, ka-bonk, I want the particle to spray that way. So I would just say spawn a small smoke or whatever, small smoke, but modify the velocity to actually be that way. Everything else can stay the same. So I've had some thoughts about how I might want to do this. There's not much thoughts. But this is what I was going to say earlier when I paused myself. I said type could be, what I'm calling now like as a type here could be more like a function. And really, these are just sprites. That's why I, at the start, wrote these as sprite. Previously, this was just particle type. Now it's sprite type, because that's really what this is. It's referring to a list of frames in a file. You know, it's these. These are our animated sprite types, or static sprite types. So I think separating the sprite from the instruction list is my current challenge. I would ideally like to have this stuff stored in like a JSON file or something. So I'd have a list of maybe default spawning types. So if you guys have used Source Filmmaker or a similar tool, you'll know that there's a big list of like default particles and ways to have them. So there will be like, you know, some little fire and then a different kind of fire, and they might all use the same fire particle, but the instructions to spawn them and the way they behave is very different. You know, this one here might just be a small burst that lasts for a second. This one might be a longer one that lasts for a bit longer and it's got a wider range. This might be a constantly emitted fire. They're all still using this fire particle texture, but they're doing different things with it. So my main thought right now is I could have a big JSON file with a list of what, well, types of particles you might want to spawn, in this case which instruction set you want to use, and then I load that up at the start of the game. So you can just say, for example, spawn enemy death particle, however that happens to look. My next thought after that is I would like to be able to modify the instruction set dynamically. So if I have a particle that is bullet ricocheting off wall, you know, let's say we've got our wall here, bam, 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 and we've got our bullet coming in, bouncing off. You can't really see that, can you? We've got our bullet coming in and bouncing off, and I want to spawn a shower of sparks this way. This vector has to be able to be passed into this instruction set. So what I'm rounding back to is active layer. I don't need layers, paint. What I'm coming back to basically is I can predefine some basic instructions, but then allow you to modify them. So I want to spawn small spark spray, and then within there, I want velocity to actually be whatever this normal is or whatever. That's my current thought. And all of this stuff will be deferred. So you'll simply say, at the moment of collision, send a console command, spawn the spray here. And that would allow us to remove from our collision and our physics system. We can remove this little cache that we've got. We can remove some of this level of deferration, where in entity or in factory, we've got this weird little section here. Should be nice, I think. I mean, this might be, it's not called directly, it might still exist, I don't know. Anyway, that's my thoughts. What's easier, C++ or Rust? I think C++ is a lot easier. Rust is a difficult language. It's very strict, which is a good thing for writing memory-safe code, but it means you have to write memory-safe code, which can be a lot more verbose, and you have to think more carefully about your decisions. C will let you corrupt your memory as much as you like. Hey, Tommy. People kill you and steal your stuff in Rust too. Yeah, that's a thing people forget about. If you program in Rust, you start off with no clothes on. You've got to actually write the clothes yourself. You could add spawn particle instructions directly with their velocities based on the normal. Yeah, like my point, don't worry about it. But yeah, I think there's a lot of ways to do it. I think extracting, the way I've extracted it is quite nice. Alright. You know, I think I've done pretty good. You just have to wait for me to do it. Instead of saying halfway through that it looks wrong. No. I have never used Go. You want to create a game, where do you start? You don't know how to open a window and draw text. I'd start with that. That's a good example. What do you mean? You want to make a game? Do you have a language in mind? If you don't care about doing everything yourself, you could pick an engine. If you want to do everything yourself, you can download or go on Google and type in OpenGL tutorial and try and get a window going and try and draw a triangle. We had someone else in chat do that recently. AI recommended you to use Go. Funny. Am I a data-oriented programmer? What does that mean? I'm a software engineer. Was it you, Mystic? Was it you, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, start with the basics. Start with the basics. Break it down. You don't start with making the game, you start with making a window. And then you put something on the screen. And then you put 2 things on the screen. Then you put 100 things on the screen. And then you make them move. And then you make keyboard input, and then you make them move with keyboard input, and then you make them not move off the screen, and then you make them spin, and blah 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 blah. You can use Java. People take the piss out of Minecraft being made in Java, but like, it's a fully functional language. It's got a lot of support. It's a bit old. I'd maybe use Kotlin, but nothing wrong with it. People can be very dogmatic. They'll wank about how Java has a fucking garbage collector. That rubbish. Oh, it's got a very small bit of lag. I mean, if you're just like fucking around and making your first few games, just pick a language you're comfortable with. It's better to make something that's like 99% perfect than to spend years and years trying to work out how to make it perfect to get that 100%. Oh, just fucking put the chips in the bag. You can pick English. Tomu, you're going to go down a rabbit hole with that one. How you doing, by the way? It's a public holiday, Tomu. I don't know if you wanted to play games later. Procedural versus OOP. Oh. I'm of a few minds of it. I think you should use the tool that's best suited for the job. I wouldn't apply data-oriented in a place where object-oriented makes a lot of sense. If you're doing something with a UI, object-oriented makes a lot of sense. Having a view that you extend and have view collection and text box and all that, that's a great use of object-oriented programming. But, you know, if you're making, well, a game, it's pretty good to deal with data, I think. It's a lot more efficient to have everything neatly packed in lovely arrays. Public holiday into your Friday day off. Oh yeah, it's nice. That's why I'm working. If you can choose to make it a language that a garbage collector, it's better. Sure, but if you've only ever used Java and you just want to make a game, I would just use Java instead of spending 2 years learning a new language just for the sake of it. If you don't actually care. That was going to be your next comment, yeah. What game am I making? There's an FAQ, but I'm making a 2D shooter. The original version of this game from like 2020 to 2022 was as purely data-oriented as I could make it. Like, all our entities and stuff it was just one big array that we iterated over, and we had a bunch of different arrays for different pieces of data. There was no such thing, I think, as like a bullet. You had locations where things would be in one array. I think like a transform array. You had a location with sprites that would be somewhere else, and the only identity, I think, was how you iterated into there. I don't remember exactly how it works. This was 4 or 5 years ago now, but we're now using entity, which I prefer, ECS. Anyway, it's on the words out your fingers. Yeah, but if you want to hang out, Tommy, just give me a yell. I'm a bit lonely. You're manipulating one giant array. If you want to talk about efficient programming, shoving as much into one big array as possible is about as best as it gets. Computers really like it when you do code that is next to each other in memory. It's very fast. It's very fast. If you're really talking about running something 1 trillion times a second, just going up through memory like this is a lot faster than constantly jumping up and down through memory randomly. Which is one of the reasons we like to use the stack and not the heap. You have a section of memory where you have your heap. That's where your dynamically allocated data will go. So your vectors, your array lists, your strings, those things that'll increase and decrease in size. As they consume more and less data, you start getting left with these sort of chunks of memory missing, and that's called heap fragmentation, which is not nice. It's very inefficient. If you have your stack, that's gorgeous. Everything in here has a static size. Ah, beautiful. Nice. Love it. That's where your arrays go. So that's very important in embedded. It's less important in modern development and modern systems, but I still think heap fragmentation is a serious thing to think about. SDL's under the hood. There's an FAQ. That's not how you remember WoHo 1 working. Yeah, I don't remember how WoHo 1 worked exactly. I don't know who this is. Lolium. High school, you had a basic language they paid someone to build. You love to make graphs with it. That's cool. Learned about the stack and the heap in Java, but then never had to work with it again. If you work with C++, it's very valuable to know how the stack and heap work, at least at the basic level I just described, where heap bad, stack good is nice to think about. If you can, without a lot of work, get it working on the stack, I would recommend it. But also consider your mental health. If it's just easier to just make it a fucking, just use a string, just use a vector, it's okay for now. You can always profile your project later and see if you're wasting a bunch of memory to heap fragmentation. Modern systems are good, and this is how you end up with the problem where programs get slower even though computers are getting faster. But vectors exist for a reason. Heap is fast. You see a lot of people ranting about it. You like malloc, for example. Memory is fast, but stack is pretty much always going to be faster to use than the heap. Malloc is non-trivial to use on the heap. The worst abbreviation for C++, CPP. Java hardly supports putting stuff on the stack anyway other than primitive types. Oh yeah, if you're using something like Java, every single thing, pretty much, is a class, except for primitives. So in Java, you had this thing called boxing, where you have like a little int. That's your primitive. That's actually like your pure data type. That's actually like the number 1 being stored. But I think in Java, you often end up using the boxed versions of things, like int, which is actually a class that holds that little int. And then this thing sits on the heap somewhere. I think that's how that works. It's been a while since I've done Java. But like, you see this capital letter in Java, it means it's a class, I think. It's like a big int. Big int. We love inting. Yeah, we can chat. I have a Discord server. Feel free to chat in it. It's pretty decently active for such an old server. Yeah, there's a Discord. There's a link in the description and on Twitch and YouTube and all sorts. This is SDL. Yes, SDL, FAQ. Which language has the highest chance to replace C++? C++ 23, probably. You can't... It's like saying, what's going to replace brick? We've got all these houses we've built with brick, and we keep repairing it by just putting new bricks in. When are we just going to tear down all the walls and replace it with, like, concrete? All these old houses? What were they thinking when they built all those houses with brick? They replaced bricks a long time ago. Crazy, because I'm, like, looking at bricks now. Nothing's replacing anything. That's what I think about, like, replacing legacy. Like, if a hospital is built out of, like, bricks, they're not going to tear down the whole thing, replace it with a slightly better material just to say, we did it. That's the equivalent of saying our project is 20 years old and written in C++, we're going to replace it with carbon. Discord where? In the description. You're on YouTube. These cinder blocks. Oh yeah, nowadays, if you were to build a new building, you can use any choice you want. You make a new program, you can use any language you want. But if you're maintaining an old project, it makes no sense to tear down the whole project just because a new thing exists. Unless it's really falling apart at the seams and no one wants to replace it anymore, which is when you get new programs. Yeah, you don't have to use the latest thing. Yeah, you can use like fucking pen and paper. Look at this shit. This is older than my computer. I'm still using it. Accessing stuff on the heap or stack should be about the same speed. The main difference is the cost of allocation is deallocation. Oh yeah, not accessing necessarily, but even then, it's if you access a lot of stuff, if your data type has been structured to fit on the stack, usually you'll be iterating over things that are the neighboring in memory. Whereas if all your data types are written on the heap, you can't necessarily rely on that. You know, you might have constructed this vector completely different location to the other one. Who knows? Why do people say C++ is bad? To say a tool is bad is weird. They're probably just... They don't really know what they're talking about. It's like saying a hammer is bad. It's weird. It's a weird thing to have an opinion on. Again, like, programmers are very religious about their language. So take, including me, but take what people say with a pinch of salt. You need to form your own opinions sometimes, and if people are very, very opinionated on something, you should take what they say with, you know, don't take it verbatim. It's good to, it's very easy to be extreme about your opinions and say must and best and is the only way, and I'm guilty of this. That's how people are. People are funny. More likely for stuff to be on the cache if it's already on the stack, yeah. Brainwashed. After optimized assembly, what language is the second most high performing one? I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me this either. I just wanted to make particles that spawn and now I've gotten distracted. Hang on, I need the bathroom. I'll be right back in a minute, alright, chat? Don't go anywhere. Look, I'm gonna spawn colors on the screen, alright? Watch the colors. I'll be right back. Just watch the glowing colors. Genuinely. 30 seconds, okay? Look, big colors. Look at this. Colors. Ooh! Phone's going off. Oh. One moment. Okay, now that we've gotten rid of everyone with an attention span, we can go back, we can stop jangling the keys. I already have everything for a console except for an actual console. Oh yeah. Alright. Who's left? Who left the stream? Who couldn't handle the 30-second break? Talk to me. Oh no. Alright. Where's the music from? We're listening to RuneScape music. It's about to finish, so I'm gonna have to find new music soon. We're still here. Alright. You want to make a strong something chess engine. C++ will be fine for your chess engine, I think. SDL2. Yes, this is SDL2. It's SDL2. It's SDL2. It's SDL2. It's SDL2. It's SDL2. Have a look. It's SDL2. All right. I'm getting so distracted. Fuck me. Okay. I want to spawn an instruction of particles. I'm running low on water. Should I put the fucking... Should I dangle the keys in front of the screen again? Jungle chess. What's jungle chess? It's SDL2. It's not SDL3. Oh. You are here. Okay, great. Well, as long as you're here. Yeah, you got... Try. Get if. Yeah, okay, fine. I can't fucking concentrate. Don't drink coffee now, bad time. Oh, yeah, You recommend SDL directly or learning SFML first? It's crazy. This project was also originally SFML. Depends what you want to do. I mean, SDL2 is a... Well, SDL is, I think, a lot more popular than SFML, but SFML is powerful enough. I don't think it massively matters. It depends what you want to do. If you want to learn SDL, learn SDL. If you want to learn SFML, learn SFML. If you want to make a game, then pick whichever one seems easier. Switch off chat now. You've been learning... I can't stop looking. And way more about C sharps. You'll probably make C wrappers and use C sharp and SDL3. I think that's fine. I think that's perfectly fine. You got an old Xbox 360. Why am I reading this? How do streamers fucking do anything? Oh my god. Okay. What am I doing? Fuck me. Console command. I want a console command. Fuck. Look. Stop. Physics system. Physics system. Here we go. Look. This is it. This nonsense here. Spawn particles burst. This needs to be extracted. This function. You need to be able to call this function and say, I want to do this. Cool. Okay, great. So, let's start with, do I want to start with JSON? No, I'll start with the deserialized version first. So... let's write down the type of particles that we want to use. You should hit your horse with a pull noodle to desensitize it. It is important to desensitize it to prevent these bad behaviors. Each engine. You guys hit your horse with a pull noodle? Aha! Found it. Oh, shit. This is enough for now. This music reminds you of ancient DOS games. It is RuneScape. This is enough instructions for now, right? Do you have a Discord? Yes. I do have a Discord, yes. Look in the description. Look at the description. There's so much good info there. There's a whole FAQ. If I'm missing something in the FAQ, let me know, and I will add it. Ah. That'd be smart. Multi-cursor go. I think that's what Donut's suggesting. Got it. Music's ended. I need to find new music now, otherwise I won't be able to think. Zelda and Chill Trilogy or Azure Reflections. I love Azure Reflections, dude. I'm always listening to this. Yeah, we talked about Viking Engine, but I think there was some fucking like silly thing called Viking. He didn't want to be associated with it. Some like naval warriors or something. Yeah. I might. So, essentially, what I've got right now is going to be two concurrent systems. There'll be a system to individually spawn particles via their instructions, or a system to spawn from a preset. And I'm basically thinking I should deprecate this here, so I don't have to call this manually. But maybe it's nice to have. I'll think about that in the future, because this will not be used for now. I'm just on the side processing if it's worth having still. Probably not, but we'll see. Because essentially we are abstracting even further. So instead of storing the instructions, we're going to store what type. So I want to say wall hit what the particle that appear when you hit a wall, you know? I don't want to have to care what the lifetimes or velocities are. Fuck all that. I just want to say something like just spawn a fucking spark, whatever. And then if I want to, I could say spawn a spark, but then actually velocity, yeah, you can modify that if you want. That's the idea. At least. So this is how refactoring works with me. I think through it iteratively until eventually I come to the right solution. I don't necessarily sit and plan it all out because I prefer working this way. I find it more fun. So chipping away at it, little bit by little bit. You know, occasionally polishing it or removing some old dirty bits I don't need anymore. That's fine. I think that's... I find I do a lot more work that way. And it's more fun because I actually feel like I'm making progress. I think I called it particles to spawn, didn't I? So here, instead of calling spawn particles directly, we're going to call this thing here, and then we won't have to do this variant thing anymore. I will have to think about what stuff I need to pass in. That's worth thinking about. It could be a pair of type and instructions. I don't know. I have to think about that. What music is this? This is Azure Reflections, fan-made Blue Archive Chill Arrange compilation. You haven't made breakfast yet. Dude, it's like 1 o'clock. What's this? BA has good music. I think I've got a cereal bar in here somewhere. My headphone stuff. Oh yeah, I do. Hang on. 1 minute. So, this here is where I would, what am I trying to say? This is where I would get the stuff from a JSON file. Like I would pull this from somewhere, but we can just write it in code for now. So the idea is as follows. Stupid. So when we ricochet, I want to have a small spark. When it's destroyed, we can have a big spark. When the wall's destroyed, I want to spawn this. And when the player is destroyed, I want some smoke. Get rid of all this. Which channel do you want to chat on? The server's not that strict. You can have a conversation in whatever channel seems sensible, but there is a software development channel. What's it called? There's a channel called... where is it? Fuck. Software and game dev. Oh, it's under sharing. I could move that up a bit. Hang on. I'll move it up. Software and game dev. It's up there at the top now. Yeah, just general off topic. There's the software and game dev channel. I'm just going to move up for now because I think you lot might want to look at it. Look, I'll post a GIF in there. Here's a Weevil. Unbelievable. Okay. Alright, so bullet ricochet, I want Animated type small spark. For bullet destroy, I want, yeah, I said big, let's do medium spark. For wall destroy, let's go with static. Particle type wall break. Player destroy, let's go for a smoke. So at this point, we've got a second deferral. Kind of pointless, right? So we can just call that directly. We can just call spawn particles directly, like this. Nice and easy, huh? I think this is a big benefit to how I do this sort of refactor. At least to me, this all feels sensible and easy. How do I want to do this? Okay, I think I have an idea. This will change over time. Well, modifiers should always, you should have a position, so... I want to make all of these optional. Sit with me for a second on this one. I'm thinking this looks a little weird for now. Position is non-optional. That's really the only dynamic thing we have to have. You have a level editor. It's all in code. Everything's in code. No level editor. There might be a pattern for this, but basically, I'm going to do this. So the idea here is we have a set of defaults, right? These will be loaded from a JSON file probably, but for now it's just whatever this is. We have a set of defaults. But if you want, you can pass in anything you want in this modifier structure, which mirrors the default structure. And I was thinking I could make these optional too. Might still do that. I'll think about that in a moment. Might be fun. They are the same structure, basically. But the idea basically just is if you want to change it, then you can, and then it will overwrite whatever your default is, and then it spawns a particle with that. Sounds pretty good to me. I'm thinking it's not terribly wrong to have an optional, except for the fact that when you want to use it, it should always be non-optional. So having them separate is like a contract to say that these must be non-optional when they need to be called. Even if you're duplicating data here, the behavior from that, sorry, it means that the function requires you to have non-optionals for these. That being said, they do still just default to 0, so it's not really much better, is it? So I'll see how I'm feeling about this over time. What headphones are these? Oh, it's flipped. These are DT770 Pro 80 ohm. So you have better ones. You should wonder if you should get a DAC and amp. Wait, hang on. Are you driving the 250 ohms without an amp? Without a DAC? Hey, Donut. Coffee and porridge. Nice. The MacBook Pro, oh yeah. MacBook will handle that just fine. I would, just because you have a nice pair of headphones and it's nice to get the most out of them. That being said, do you feel like they're lacking? Like, do you think you're missing some clarity that you'd get from an external system? Because like the one built into the Mac is good. You're looking for whatever channel is showing up on the stream. The Twitch channel. The Twitch channel is the same name. Oh, I should probably put the Twitch URL in my YouTube description. Is that what you mean? Or no? Alright, anyway, one particles. Ah, this is what I was doing. Sometimes you turn the volume to max, it's not enough. Well, yes, you definitely want an amp then. That's what you get for buying 250 ohms, huh? I'm kind of surprised they can drive them, but I do remember reviews saying that, like, you could do the 250 ohm ones. I thought that was crazy. Your Discord doesn't show up on the stream. Yeah, there's no Discord on stream. The stuff you see on stream is Twitch and YouTube. I stream to both platforms at the same time. There is in the description, there's a link to Discord, but there's no channel, for example. That I don't think I'd know the point of that is. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, there's a chat built into those platforms. Okay. So you're a vector of particle type. So you want particles.time. Easy. So only for getting the 250 ohms, you think they were the default on Amazon, you didn't know anything about ohms then. Fair enough. I put a lot of thought into this. I don't even think I necessarily needed the 80 ohms, because they have like 3 types usually, right? Like 250 ohm, 80 ohm, and then like 40 or something. I figured most of my systems could probably drive 80 ohms just okay. And I don't think I'd notice the clarity from going up to 250. Because it's just resistance, right? You have to be like you have to be listening to some pretty good music, high quality audio to hear that. And I listen to a lot of YouTube videos, which are not high enough quality, I think, to matter. I mean, I have CDs, but I also have a CD player. So, meh. You don't know how to reach out to Donut? He's just on Discord. That says you're epilepsy. Oh, sorry. He's just there, Donut. He's on the side. Yeah. Okay, now we need to think about our modifiers. I think now is a good time to just get rid of this secondary thing. Did I already do that? Particles to create. Okay. How advanced are you in the project percent-wise? I have no idea. I have no 6 years? Like, I don't know. I haven't planned out how long it'll take. We're still making the engine, which I think is probably most of the work. When it comes to writing the game, like, I've got notes on how I want the game to be, but all of that will be based on the engine, so it'll just be a case of tweaking, creating assets. That'll take a while. Obviously, all the sound, I haven't even touched sound yet. If I wanted anything online, like a leaderboard or a daily system, that's not even been remotely touched. Modding hasn't been touched. Game doesn't even have a loop. Yeah, no. I am not touching multiplayer right now. But I think I may have like a daily or some kind of leaderboard or something, because those are fun. People love competition. I love competition. It's nice to load into the game, do a daily, and then be told that you were like the 10th best in the world that day. The game right now, local multiplayer may work. Online multiplayer would be janky. The last 20% takes 80% of the time. Yeah, I don't think we're any reasonable percent of the way through. This is a hobby project, and it's not as well planned out as you might think. You have documentation. I have all sorts of notes. A couple of weeks ago I wrote up this Trello board I keep mentioning. So I'm okay organized. I'm just gonna refill my water. I'll be 30 seconds. Next project will be GTA. That was a quick 30 seconds. I don't know what Codex is. Codex is the thing from Warhammer, right? Codex Astartes? I think. I want to do send console command. Send console message. Spawn particles. And this will be destroy. That's as simple as I want it to be. Now I can see what I need to do. I clearly need to make it so spawn particles takes both a type and a modifiers. Let's build first. It's an OpenAI thing. What does it do? I thought OpenAI made ChatGPT. Is it just another... It's another LLM, or...? Eee. So, my big smart idea is that with this modifiers, you should be able to pass in the normal of the wall. Eh? Isn't that cool? Let's see. So we're doing this and this. So yeah, pass in wall normal. So we'd be able to spawn a particle spray. Well, when we destroy the rocket, at least. You get the idea, right? We're spawning in a particle, but there's ways to modify it as we're doing it. Which I think is really, really cool. So let's see, this is ricochet, so we want particle type ricochet, and position is transform.position, nice and easy. I think this is a pretty nice little system I've made. I don't know about you. This is basically what I was imagining the other day, I guess, when I was talking about having a console command to spawn particles. This is about as simple as it gets, right? Spawn, what particle? Bullet ricochet, look how it looks. Put it here. It's an IDE thing. Okay. It's interesting. Is it OpenAI's version of Microsoft Copilot then? Question mark. But I guess it only uses ChatGPT. But Copilot lets you pick any man you want, agent. I guess this is bullet destroy. Particles to spawn. We can destroy this now. Oh fuck, hang on a moment. Am I dense? Yes, I am dense. Okay, hang on a moment, I'm being stupid. This I want to get rid of. Particles to spawn I want to keep. You shouldn't be this, you should be... one of these? Type and modifiers. The naming needs to be fixed, I'm sorry. Maybe particle info, spawn particle info or something. So come on, Clang D. Type. The other way around, sorry. Looks good to me. Looks good to me. And then there should be the physics system as well, I think. Culling system, sorry. So, you will want to have a look at... Nope, sorry, it is physics system where I did it. This thing. Let's try and get a different one. Something like this. Let's see, collision system. We do not need a particles to create anymore, thank fucking God. Nice. I wonder if I should put this other stuff into a console command. Worth thinking about. This is a bullet destroy. Nice. And where else am I doing this? It's just there, huh? You're not doing it on... Okay. Yeah, I think this is why when the bullet explodes and it destroys a wall, it's not actually spawning a wall destroy, so we can simply pass that in now here at position. That may work. It may need to be position plus 0.5, 0.5 or something. Like 3, I guess. Something like that. So we actually spawn... Oh, int? Okay. I suspect we were doing something like this before. Yeah. Okay. Did I learn coding? Oh, sorry, I missed you, William. I think you asked that earlier, didn't you? Sorry. As a kid, I got into Game Maker. And then in like college and uni, I took computer science. And I did a degree in computer science. And then I worked as a software developer for a few years. And now I'm a embedded engineer. So I made games, I guess, was the answer. I made a console vending machine. Cool. Microsoft has a lot of copilots. I mean the copilot within VS Code and GitHub. The coding copilot. It's a bit wanky to like relate it to like fucking piloting an aeroplane or something. Oh well. Looks good. So I think culling system also needed this. Very good. Good thing I changed the signature and the name as well, so I can actually see where I need to do this. So you are, I think, with an entity. So this will be player destroy. Position will be transform position. So obviously, depending on the entity, we could change what happens here or how it happens. We can say, I don't know how we'd get that, but there could maybe be a way to store how the player died or the enemy based on which bullet, which explosion, what velocity and mass and whatnot. Whatever. What are you angry about? Oh, old message. Working your game while this is in the background. Cool. What are you making? HKJU2Y2W. Quite the name. So you no longer need to be a variant on here. You guys can just be components then. Wait, does this thing have access to components? Yes. called Lumio. You're like a spirit going through a dream, killing nightmares, kind of like Hollow Knight. That sounds really cool. Good luck. When did you start? Are you using an engine? Feel free to post progress on Discord or something. I'd love to have a look. Beautiful 40-second compile time. Alright, so let me just have a look for a moment. Alright. Do you still work? Bam, bam. Okay, it's spawning at the wrong position for a few things. Needs to be always spawning at 0, right? That's an easy fix. Beautiful. Oh, that's only for bullet ricochet. Position being passed in is 0. Looks like spawn particles does not have the information it needs. So this makes sense. It's an easy fix. Started 2 months ago in Unity. Kind of grinding when not at school. That's cool. Good work, dude. How long have you been working on this game? Half your life. Which is a weird thing to say, but about 6 years. Oh, that's a weird thing to say. Yeah. When you're 12, 6 years feels like a long time, doesn't it? Or does it not? Maybe it doesn't feel that long ago to you. Do you remember the pandemic? Just curious. Alright, I'm going to now... Yeah, you do. Okay, cool. How was it? You would have been in, like, primary school or something, right? Did you do remote learning, or did you just stay at home? Do you remember? So, in my collision... Is it collision or physics? I think it's physics system. When I'm destroying a wall, usually we have this ricochet function that causes this bullet ricochet. We can start here. We have this linear velocity here. I'm wondering if I can just reuse that. Do I have a dot velocity, I thought? Means speed. Oh, I should change that. Modifiers. So that's if you don't want things to change. Now we're going to have a velocity. So this reflect stuff modified by so I'm going to call this reflect velocity. Something like this. Hmm. Guess we could pass in the modifiers as well. Mean lifespan. Yeah, I mean, these are the things that should be mandatory. Lifespan is needed. Speed is not needed. Count is needed. Type is needed. So I guess speed and velocity are different. So I guess it could be velocity modifier. Been a long time. Interesting. You were in kindergarten to the end of first grade. You jump off for a bit, you're a bit too distracted. That's fair. Thanks for watching today. Is it Sign? Sinshu? What was it? Man, that must have been crazy. Being like first grade during the pandemic. It's a weird thought. Okay. Oh, where are you really being used? Is it just in this one thing here, right? Yes, this type isn't really needed. So... Indeed, I could merge them. Good. And then just make sure I keep them mandatory when needed. Or in fact, not even merge them, but just have it in the header. They need a speed or. So I guess a variant could do it. Okay, I'm getting an idea. So instead of float mean speed, it will be an STD variant of float to a vec3 called mean speed or velocity. Looks okay to me, and then I can just gut this. And then I can pop that in the header, like so. Get rid of instructions dot, bomb, 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 bomb. And then I will say if mean speed, what was it? STD of? Type of? Is of? Get what this is. It was bad. When it was like bad, that's when we were staying home for most of the year. Oh, that's fair. It's just, I was just trying to imagine how life was, because when the pandemic was going on, I'd like just graduated uni, so like, I was just working a job, remote, and I'd go out and like, buy a beer or something. Just sort of set, I mean, I streamed full time, I guess. I streamed all day. As well. I worked as long as I had a job, and then when the job fell through, I streamed. So I spent most of my pandemic inside on my PC. Very funny. There's a lot of baking, I remember. Baking was popular. Can you hear the music okay? Change it to get if. That's it. Oh, actually, what was it? Match. Visit. STD visit. I want to visit my mean speed or velocity. And then how does this work? Is it a lambda? I know you gave me the syntax. Any advice? You're 17 and learning web development. I don't know if I have good advice. I'd say keep trying to challenge yourself, and if you're struggling, then it's usually worth trying to resolve that. That's how I learn, at least, is having trouble and then fixing that. If you don't challenge yourself, you might not learn as much. That being said, it's web development, so I don't know. Try lots of different things. If you've just heard of something and it sounds kind of interesting, have a look into it. And if it's something you can mess around with and experiment with, it's worth doing. You played more than you slept, yeah. Let's see. STD visit. What is this overloaded? Is this real? What is overloaded? It's a donut thing. What does it mean? Using function operators. I'd kind of like to know how to do this with the standard template library. STD is meant to take an overloaded function or a template that can accept all the variant types. Overloaded is an easy way to make an overloaded set of lambdas. Well, I'd kind of like to know how to do it without... I mean, like, it is nice to use your library to handle this, but I'd at least like to know what the syntax is. I can just get it up. I've got vector up on CPP reference. So visit calls the provided functor with the arguments. Okay, how does this look? So they're doing a lambda void visitor. That's not what I want. STD visit, and then they're doing a lambda passing in auto ref arg. Using T is decay type. If const expert STD is same. Okay, I see. The syntax is ass. So in C++ 26, they're fixing it to do what? Variant. Oh. C++ 26 has much nicer syntax for this. You pass in a list of lambdas where each argument is potentially what type it could be. That looks nice. Okay, I'll just use your thing for now. Syntax is famously ass. Yeah, I mean, I would have just used getif, I guess. But I'll use your thing. So you suggest this overloaded thing. How do I use this? Oh, this is just the same as the C++ 26 syntax then. Although you were saying to pass in context, which I think you didn't need to do that, but that's not really a big deal. Let's see, const float speed, and then you do whatever. Or alternatively, you have a vec3, so you want the velocity directly. Vec3. Velocity. And then I guess STD visit is probably not written like this. Yeah. You put this at the end, like this, I think. I think this is the idea. I mean, it can be a const ref, like I don't really care. I mean, it's a float, so whatever. The example on CPP ref just includes the definition of the overloaded type. Oh. Okay. So if we have a speed, lifespan can be down here. Then I want this stuff. Need to think for a second. Because I think I still want some variety in the angle. I don't just want to completely override it. The trailing com will fix the formatting. Yeah. I need to think about this again for another second. Oh, I see why I did it like this. Okay, fine. Fine. This is... Oops. Sorry, I'm losing it a little bit. The comma should be there, not the extra brackets. Oh, you don't standard visit this. Whoops. That makes sense. What framework is this? Have a look in the description. There's an FAQ that should answer all your questions. Don't need that. Right. Now, still not really making use of this mean lifespan thing. That will come later, I think. As will the mean speed thing. Actually, well, we're not really modifying it randomly. Yeah, speed random. Yeah, well, yeah, I could call this one random speed modify. Yeah. I could just do that. Just randomly have them bounce off differently. I stream daily, pretty much. Sometimes I take a break. Or if I'm playing Apex with my friends. Let's see, so we got rid of this instructions thing. What I'm actually going to do is do this. So we want position, lifespan, speed of velocity, type count. Okay, so entity factory header. We want position. We want lifespan. We want to think about this one. We want count. Hello? Oh, it's copying the wrong bit. Oh, whatever. Fine. So we... I think this is still okay. We just want to say... Hang on a moment. Something like that. This is hurting your head. Hello, Socks. How so? So we're trying to spawn some particles. We can either give them just an average speed, whatever, let them go in any random direction. Or we can give them a velocity to go after. So if a bullet hits a wall, we might want them to go in a particular velocity. So you want to be able to spawn a particle either saying you can burst out at different speeds, or you can go in a particular direction you'd like at a particular speed. So I just want to say, if we came up with a speed, I think I've written this wrong. It's an interesting use of abort. It is. My basic thought is, if we have a speed, then use speed. If we don't, then we want to check if they've got velocity and use that. And if they don't, then we want to do assert false or something. Like we just want failure, basically. Am I not allowed to do this? I kind of thought it would mark this path as inaccessible and cause a problem. So I guess I could just pass in a 0. I mean, that works as well. I just kind of wanted it to crash. You get the idea, right? Do I have to explicitly construct the variant like this? Maybe? You can make it work by doing assert false dummy value, where dummy value is the right type. Oh yeah. What game are you working on? There's an FAQ which will give you all the information you need in the description. Oh, can you not do question mark around optionals? I thought you could. So if there's a mean speed, then use mean speed, or if there's a velocity, then use velocity or this. I kind of thought this would work to construct a variant. You have to dereference it afterwards. Oh yeah. Not like this though. Oh, you mean in here? Okay, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. So like that, and then like that. I think I know what you mean. I guess it's not that. Because we're saying, is there a speed? In which case, yeah, dereference and use what's mean speed. Otherwise, check if there's velocity. If there is, dereference that. Otherwise, pass in a vec3. Yeah, that's what you meant. Okay, so there's something else going wrong then. So it's a float or a vec3. Here we are passing in a float or a vec3. This is a vec3. Vec3. Standard optional floats done. I'm going to compile again. Underscore, by the way. Oh, maybe I've just got the position wrong. Hang on a moment. Oh wait, mean lifespan position. Position is vec3. Both branches have to be a common type. Okay, so let's I've just overthought this then, that's okay. I'm gonna do it like this then. This isn't worth too much time on. Something like this. We'll just simplify things, all right? So if we have a mean speed, then pass in this. Otherwise, pass in velocity. That should be okay. And we could also obviously inline this stuff. So we could say... There's no engine. This is, you're looking at the engine. What do you mean, optional? I'm dereferencing the optional. Requires 2 arguments, but 5 were provided. I guess it thinks I'm doing the other one because the start of the signature is similar. Maybe. Oh, hang on. No, this is just written wrong. Whoops. That makes sense. So this didn't exist in the header. That makes sense. I mean, this is readable enough. I'm building the engine for now, but you can use !FAQ to have a read. Okay, let's see. So... Cannot convert argument 2 from optional float to float. Oh. You could be optional. Okay, that makes sense then. No wonder I was confused. That makes sense. Sorry, I was reading wrong. Position 2 doesn't mean what I thought. Optional value or default. Okay, that'll be good then. Something like that. Wondering if I should extract this a little bit more. Requires template arguments. Okay. Optional is the actual variable in this case. Oh shit, really? Oh, you're right. That's handy. Good info, thanks. Just gives you a float reference. Now what? Could not do argument 4. 1, 2, 3. This one. Same thing, right? Yeah, okay. I'm seeing a pattern and I don't like it. Yeah, I think I should definitely extract this spawn particle stuff out. At least a little bit. So, just for legibility, because duplicating this every time is kind of stupid. So, let's... do I need to do that? Yeah, I think it's smart, isn't it? Why the fuck do you look like that? Oh, my music ended. Okay. Put the BA soundtrack on then. Hmm. I've learned I have to skip the voice, otherwise I can't concentrate. Looks a little better, doesn't it? Oh, you also want to do the value all thing, huh? I should just have like an error. I'm using a wooting. Good question. That's the important stuff. Like, I should definitely have a particle sprite that's like... error, like missing texture or something. That would be funny, right? I could just do that. Take 2 seconds. It kind of says no particle, right? Ignore the fact that now the diamond doesn't actually make sense. Oops. No particle. Like the red X's in the source engine. Ah. Yeah, that would have made sense. I think this looks funny. What about you guys? What the fuck did you type? How did you type those characters? Forbidden Unicode. I should flip them, right? I think it's important to have like a missing texture. They call them hex codes for a reason. Dude, have you considered making a Zachtronics style game called Hex Codes where you're a fucking wizard making programming? That must be a thing already, right? That must be a thing. All right. So in my physics, I'm passing in a velocity. I should see the bullets spawn a particle that follows the trajectory of the bullet when it hits a wall. Can you get the game? Not right now, no. You can watch. The game is not available right now. Where's my fucking cursor? Here we go. Oh, debug error. Yo. Okay, this is great. My assert worked. There's no mean speed and there's no velocity. Awesome. Where's this been set? There we got modifiers, but I know you can't see because the game's in the way. How do I hide this? This one. I'm just debugging. Let's see. So, downstage. That's still there. Okay. So, modifiers are missing the velocity and speed. So where have I spawned this? Oh no, actually, hang on a moment. That's fine. No, this is fine. Sorry. It should be instruction stop. Is that right? No, that's not right. Hang on, I need to think about this. Yes. No, this is correct. This is correct. Yeah, this is correct. So if yeah, no, this is completely fine. Is it? No, hang on, this isn't fine. Hang on a moment. I need to think for a hot minute. So if the modifier has a speed or velocity, then we use those. Otherwise, we use the instructions stuff. This isn't quite correct yet. And this will be an else. This again, this is not quite there yet. I need to think for a second. This is the rough idea. So the idea is this chunk here gives us defaults, but you're able to pass in modifiers. The defaults could have a speed or a velocity, although, let's be real, it will probably just have a speed. But it could have a velocity, like the default fire particle could always shoot up like this. I think that's completely valid. Or it could just have a speed, meaning that it's a radial thing. So really, yeah, it's more like a movement type thing. So I think this is fine. It's just an expansion of this code up here to get this stuff, to deal with a variant. I think this is okay, maybe? Hello, thank you. How old was I when I started coding? I was like 8 or something. I don't know. This is not a game engine. I don't know. How do you feel about this? So I have this pattern up here where I can either check a standard optional in my modifier. So if it's there, then I use the modifier. Otherwise, I use what was in the lifespan. In this case, sorry, in the lifespan, in the instructions. In this case, our defaults could have one or the other. It could have a mean speed, it could have a velocity, but we don't know yet. And the modifiers would be null for both. I think this is the only real way to do this. At least the only easy way to do this. Because we're basically checking the modifiers first. If there's modifiers, they take precedence. If there's no modifiers, then we use the built-in ones. And if there's no built-in ones, then we fail. I think that's correct. Can I run it? Yeah. We were just fixing a bug. We're trying to make it so when you shoot a wall, the particle bounces off. Mean speed velocity could probably be a variant. It is. But the way that we're handling it in here, yeah, we could construct a variant and pass that in. I think this is easy enough to understand. Alright, look, there's walls and rockets and stuff. This is the game. Ba-bom, ba-bom. Ba-bom, ba-bom, etc. You get the idea, right? Anyway, we have a shotgun and stuff as well. You only use VS Code, yeah. Like the sniper rifle. Cool, isn't it? By the way, you can't zoom and shoot anymore, because when you right-click, it triggers your alt-fire, and when you alt-fire, you can't shoot normally. But yeah, hey, look at that! Not perfect yet, but you see when I shoot a wall, maybe it's easier to see if I use the SMG. No, look for a second, okay? You see the bullet bounces off. You'll also see that the particle bounces off with it. So the plan now is to add a bit of randomness to that. So the bouncing particle doesn't perfectly follow the bullet. I want it to sort of pretend that the wall was rough, you know, so it bounces off randomly a little bit. This isn't a bug. This is the feature. Literally, it's what I've been writing. So normally a particle, when it hits something, it just explodes in a radius. So you see this thing here, if I shoot it, you see the particles just spread out from the center in a circle. See? When it ricochets, when it bounces off, I wanted this. This is working lovely. God, the SMG is so inaccurate. Now that's cool. Oh yeah, the enemies have their guns disabled. Do you want to see what it looks like if they can shoot them? It's quite scary. So you see, I have this turned off while I'm working, because it makes things a little difficult. Yeah. Cool, isn't it? What do you mean? What C++ framework? Amazing. Look in the description. All the information you need will be in there. But yeah, so this velocity thing on sprites is really cool. So it means, like, for example, when you get hit by a bullet, I can try and work out the direction that the bullet came from, maybe, and make it so you see these sparks that appear when I'm getting hit. I can try and spawn some like blood or something that goes back in that direction. Because your body has a normal that's being hit against. Should be fine. Looks cool. Alright, so. We're using ECS. I am using ECS. I'm using Entity, the Entity Component System Framework. Great question. I love ECS. Are you also doing game development yourself? Let's see. Random spread. How do I want that to work? I think I want it to be... because I'm hitting the wall or the player, I'd like to think of it as like a very long flat surface like this when the bullet bounces off of it. You know? So I think it's okay for my random angle when you're hitting a wall. So right now you've got the bullet coming in, the bullet bouncing, and then it spawns a particle going the same way. I think ideally, the particle should be able to have a random direction like this. It's kind of okay for the particles to go over the wall, I think. Maybe? Because also I could generate the random angle as being like this. But, I can just see how it looks. I could also cap it at like 45 degrees. I don't know. C++ is too hard to learn. I'm sure you could pick it up if you tried. I learned. I'm learning, question mark. Anyway, I think I want a standard deviated, because this is just particles, it doesn't need to be super fancy. Just some standard deviation thing. Deviation? What was it called? Where am I using this? Random velocity multiplier. Normal distribution. Is that it? It's a normal distribution? Dude, we're going to load up Cult of the Lamb one of these days, and it's going to be like 2 million points contributed to that totem. I don't know what it's going to do. That coin reward has been around for a while. I should probably disable that integration. When did we last play Cult of the Lamb? Bloody hell. Okay, yeah, I guess it's a normal distribution. Is it? No. Yeah, no it is. It is normal distribution. Right? Sorry, I'm... It's only been 3.5 hours actually, I shouldn't be getting this. Where am I? Sorry, I'm getting lost. Factory. Oh, uniform is what I don't want. So I just want STD, normal distribution of float. I say random, 180 half circle angle to mean towards center. I don't know a good way of writing this name. Random angle biased towards 0. Random angle biased towards 0. Random 90 degree max. Random half circle. Semi-circle angle biased towards 0. I don't know. Can't think of a good name. Naming's hard. You get the idea, right? We're going to pass in pi, because radian is 2 pi, so 1 pi is half a semicircle. And then, I don't know what the mean should be. I don't know what the deviation should be, like 30? I don't know. You're basically deciding on the size of that bell curve, right? I thought. That being said, the velocity standard deviation is this. How am I doing the spread? Uzi, what's your spread? Sorry, SMG. Spread is 0.007. Ricochet spread distribution. I mean, that's literally, I guess, naming it after its purpose. Yeah, so that's a real question. I guess I shouldn't have to care what shape it is. I was just trying to think if I'm going to use it for something else, but maybe not. Because it might not just be for ricochets, right? It's just a generic particle thing. Obviously right now it's for ricochets, but I can imagine there being a world where I'd have a... I don't mind your idea, but I'm going to leave it generic for now. There's something funny about the name being really stupid. You can just add more distributions. That's true. Ricochet spread angle distribution. Random ricochet angle modifier. Let's go with that. I want it to be explicitly a modifier. Let's do it like this. I need to rotate this vec3 by an angle. I have my my maths functions for that now, right there. We have our translations. So can we just rotate this? So I'm going to extract this up here quickly. Const auto angle modifier equals this. And we're going to say const auto angle equals maths rotate that. Const auto, and then we'll pass in velocity is angle. Sorry, maths translate rotate scale. That doesn't right. I think you just multiply the two together, right? Well, velocity isn't an angle, really. Velocity is... well, it's a velocity, so this doesn't quite work. You expect it just to be a float. Well, it is just a float, yeah. I'm just wondering... I want to do that. What resources do you use to learn C++? cppref.com is really good. So, I mean, the idea with this modifier, if I bring paint back, is I'll have some angle of incidence or whatever. I've got some new velocity. This is my velocity, and ideally, I'd like the bullet to kind of go a little off to the side, but with a standard distribution towards the center. And by bullet, sorry, I mean the particle. I'd like the particle to sort of mostly spray out towards the same way as the bullet, but a little off to the side. So I'm generating this random number here as a random radian in which to rotate my velocity around. But I could change velocity to angle. This is the only place I'm using this right now. It's okay to make this change now. I could change it to start direction, and make it a absolute, not absolute. What am I thinking of? Between 0 and 1. Normalized. I could make it a normalized direction. And then I don't need to necessarily pass in a different speed. Speed doesn't necessarily need to be a separate thing. If you did code 400 years back, you'd be a witch sorcerer. Yeah, you would. Bloody hell. Imagine showing this to like a fucking 1600s person. They'd love it. They'd be like, why is this fucking glass glowing? It's crazy. There's light coming out of this? How are you doing that? What contraption? Oh, yes, sorry, it's cppreference.com. Morning. Hello, David. Hello, Jocelyn. Okay, I'm modifying my work again. I think we do want speed. But instead of velocity, we're going to have an angle, direction. Yeah? In 2D. So if there's no direction, then we spawn radially. If there is a direction, then we spawn in that direction. I think that makes a lot of sense. Please agree, please agree, please agree, please agree. Nah, just kidding. All right, in which case everyone gets a speed. Makes sense to me. Speed is, I don't know, 4. And that could also be passed in the modifier. I mean, the speed could be based on the bullet speed. Why not? Right now the modifier is more like an override, let's be real. Let's not focus too much on that. The drawing looks sane. Oh shit, sorry, I left this on screen. Don't worry about it. Alright, so we're doing a bullet ricochet. Then we need to go to, let's just do it from start to finish. So direction, instead of being reflect velocity, I need to, can I just do normalize? Is that a good idea? You get the idea at least, right? I think this is what we do in the action responder system, isn't it? We normalize the movement input to get a direction. I think that's okay. And then, well, direction is, what direction? I don't know. You're in the wrong thing, obviously. Now, direction should actually be direction. I need to... I'm pretty sure this is okay. I want to convert from direction to... I either want to rotate the direction with the angle, or convert them both into the same space and then do it. I don't know if I'm being dense here. How does this work? Sorry, I'm just trying to remember. We've got our action responder system where we're doing that normalize, but then later on we're taking movement input and then converting that. I guess you're multiplying it. That's not rotating it. Maybe what I want to do then is to convert my angle into a... Do I not want to turn the angle into this? I want to turn my angle into a cosine sine vec2 thing, right? Something like I can't think of a good name. What was it? Was it cos and then sine, or was it the other way? I don't remember. I'll have a look in a second. I feel like it might be the other way. I'm a really shit at maths, so you really have to forgive me for what I'm doing, but the thought is there, you know? The idea would be like you multiply the direction by this or something. I don't know how it works. VS Code, yeah. You'd have thought. You get the idea I'm getting at, right? The good qualifier for unit direct vectors. The direction in this case is a normalized direction. So up would be... Wait, hang on. Shouldn't direction be a vec3 then? Does that make sense? Hang on a moment. The good quality. Oh, that's what you mean. So here, when we're ricocheting, we get a reflection velocity. So then I'm normalizing that. So I hopefully will get a direction, right? That's the thought at least. So now I have a vec2 saying which direction I want to go in. I want to rotate that by an angle, right? So I thought if I turn my float, my angle is just a radian, right? It's just a float. I thought I could do something like this to convert the angle into a vector. Oh, is it that simple? Hang on a moment. So maths rotate. You do pass in the angle modifier then. And you just multiply that by direction. Really? Oh, I guess you want to be derefed. And then you want a vec3, I guess. You return a mat3, don't you? So I'll need to... Hang on a moment. You're a... Oh, you might want to convert it to a vec3 with a 1 at the end and then back to a vec2. Oh yeah, I remember what you were talking about. I remember this. That makes sense. And then I think, well... When you downsize from a vec3 to a vec2, doesn't it automatically cut off the Z? There might work because there's no translation. Yeah, I was hoping to just rotate in the 2D vector space here. It shouldn't care about the third row. But I'm quite new to the whole vector stuff. One is the most general. Okay, I'll try and keep that in mind. It's good to have that. Okay, so we will always have a speed, but the reality is we might have a different start direction. So spawn particles, you need to have a optional... You need to have a speed, but you also want to have an optional direction. I think that's it. Or I can just say it's an angle. You pass in an angle and then the thing here generates one. Yeah, I think that's best. So I'm going to pass in a... variant. Float speed. And then back to... back to angle, I guess direction. So this is starting to look a little nicer, isn't it? Bit by bit, we're getting there. Very slowly, we're getting there. So when you're spawning up particles, if you did not construct a direction, so we're going to say const auto direction is modifiers dot direction. So then we will use modifiers dot direction, or we will use random angle. How about that? So either you pass in a direction you want, or we make one the fuck up. This will take a little fine-tuning, but you get the idea, right? And then I think we can cut out all of this crap. Whee! Oh, if that's true, that'll be really nice. So let's see, we got direction, and we got speed. So really, we should also be doing the randomization on speed here, I think, personally. But let's see how we're feeling about that. Well, no, because we're just building the instruction set here. Okay, we might want to build the randomness in the function itself then. Sorry, is it speed direction, right? Yeah, I think I'm sorry, I've gotten ahead of myself a bit. Sorry, random angle should be like this. Okay, I'm going to write this one just a little differently for the sake of brevity. Whee. Oh. Why not? Seems good. Do you not have a distance from angle function? I don't know. We could do it in line. Oh yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm just thinking. Oh yeah, we don't need this anymore. So, all we need to do, now we're passing in an angle directly, we can just do this. I guess your mean speed. And really it should be mean direction. Yeah, it should be. Because it is the mean direction. Because this should randomize per bullet is what I'm saying, per particle. The only things that aren't mean are the count, type, and position, because those will all be the same spot for now. Okay. So yeah, the same way here I've got the random speed modifier. That being said, how would I want to randomize it? Good question. I mean, if it's a truly random angle, I think it doesn't matter if you're randomly adding up to a 180-degree circle to it. It's a bit pointless to randomly pick an angle and then rotate it again by 180 degrees, but it does simplify some of the logic quite a bit. Yeah. I mean, this shit. So this crap. Well, yeah. I'll leave those in for now. Okay, this is starting to. It's starting to look okay. So yeah, again, like I don't mind if we're picking a. Oh, hang on a minute. Let me just type first, and then we'll talk. Modify direction. Speed. Just to keep things sincere. And I liked it in this order. Now, that might be just about it. What do I suggest for a beginner who wants to do the same thing as me? How much of a beginner would you consider yourself? Are you a beginner at software development as a whole, or are you a beginner at game development, but you know how to write code? If you're asking about makefiles, I feel like you're not super beginner. Alright, so normal particles are spawning just okay. Can't quite tell if the ricochet is working. Excuse me. I might turn off the random modifier a little bit. Hang on a moment. Let's see. Let's just use the mean direction for now. So they should all go in the same direction they're planned on. If you want to start off, why not learn a bit of OpenGL and follow some tutorials there to get a window going and get a triangle built. Alright, so it looks like this part is working at least. I think the mean distribution I was doing was just really off. So this is okay. I just need this to probably be, instead of like 30, maybe to be like 0.5. I don't know. Okay, that's rotating the wrong way. Somehow. It's like inverting my rotation. Do you see this? I think even if I change this to like 0.005, we're still going to see it. So I think the way I'm performing the rotation might be the wrong way. Bullet penetration. Oh, bullet penetration is easy. I just have to make it so bullets don't get destroyed when they hit an entity. They penetrate by default. I had to remove bullet penetration. How would it work with ricochets? It wouldn't impact it at all. I mean, I don't know if you... I guess maybe you weren't here the other stream, but when we were getting the ricochet working in the first place, we accidentally broke the function that causes bullets to get destroyed on walls. So the bullet was just tunneling through the wall, destroying everything in its wake. Yeah, so something about the rotation function here is clearly doing it in the wrong, maybe the wrong order. Even though we're only rotating by a tiny amount. Oh, the way I'm applying the rotation is incorrect. This thing. I feel like the angle modifier here is going to be pretty close to 0. Oh, actually, no, maybe I've just got this idea wrong. Maybe it shouldn't be pi. It should be pi, I think, right? It shouldn't be like minus pi to plus pi or something, right? Or should it actually? Maybe that's... You get what I mean, right? Like it should go negative. It should be 0. Oh, yeah, I guess pi doesn't... Well, I wanted... I guess this isn't how standard distribution works. Yeah, I wanted it to be based on 180 degrees. But I guess that's not how standard distribution works. The first argument is the mean. Yeah, it should be close to 0. But is there a way to say like the ends? Or I guess you just clamp it. You say minus pi and pi. Okay, that explains why it's being rotated then. Because pi is a full rotation. Okay. It's a little annoying, but no. To make the sprite understand which coordinates it's in, how would you do it? I would recommend looking up some game development tutorials then. This sort of stuff you should be able to work out pretty quick. If you're using entity component system like me, it's as simple as having a component with transform, so your x, y, maybe z, and then having, if you want a sprite, you can have a sprite component, and then that's it. You just give the entity a transform and a sprite. Looks good, doesn't it? I think I need to increase the angle just a peak. Something like this, maybe. There are no ends to enable straw. Yeah, it just gets really thin. Yeah, I could clamp it, I guess. But, yeah. Maybe I should clamp it. I don't know. Like, it's pretty unlikely. Yeah, look at that. So now when you hit a wall, it, the bullets bounce off the wall. Or, like, the particles bounce off the wall. Like the bullets, well, hit the wall, if that makes sense. Which looks good to me. I don't know about you lot. Apparently when the bullet gets destroyed, it still sprays generically. These standard deviations is pretty close to what it looks like at the end. 3 standard deviations. Okay. I like this. We've got some directionness to our particles now. Sometimes the angle looks a little funny, because I guess technically the angle it's hit the wall at is, like, not quite perfect. But I think within physics it's technically correct. Is it? Kind of weird, because the bullet was, I guess the bullet was going in this direction. Its hitbox is not a single point. Its hitbox is a round shape. So it could be moving left and still hit if it's on a diagonal, I guess. Somehow. It looks a little weird sometimes, maybe. A map you built is placed on an image file. We are rendering to a texture using a full screen shader. If you're interested in how shaders work, I would Google shaders, GLSL. Maybe if you're doing stuff in OpenGL. Maybe if you're feeling unconfident, not so confident in that sort of depth, you could use an engine like Godot and then try fiddling around there. The way I'm doing stuff is very manual, so maybe you don't feel like that, I don't know. Is it always... it's alright. I do think the bullet destruction should probably follow the sameness. I've just noticed something. When the bullet is destroyed, it doesn't actually seem to be a proper 360-degree random turn. Let's fix that quickly. I think I meant to fix that earlier and then forgot to. Is that true? Yeah, this random angle thing should be per particle. How do I want to do that? I could make direction an optional and we pass it in. I think that's the best way of doing it. Oops. I think this is the best way of doing this. This thing. Because what this means is, oh, we can just pass in the modifiers.direction here. That's okay. If it's null, then we'll simply have to do this. It simplifies this place a little bit. And then in here, we'll simply have to say for everything, if, well, just do this actually, hang on. If mean direction is null, then we'll have to come up with a new one, a random one, random 360-degree angle. Probably should invert this if statement. Is there a thing? No, it won't let me do that. I'll just do it manually. Takes 2 seconds. Mean direction, I want to deref that. And then we'll want to use that down here. And in fact, if we're only using it in this vec3, then we can make you a vec3 like this. Perfect. Theme name. This is VS Code Dark. Outside of the 3 standard deviations, there's only a tiny amount of the area under the curve. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, thank you. I recognize this graph. Okay. Hello, Unchained. Hello, nerd. That sounds rude, doesn't it? Hey, nerd. Alright, let's fix that. We're working on particles. We just made it so they ricochet when you hit a wall. The bullet was already ricocheting off the wall, but now the particle also does that. Isn't that cool? There's a little randomness to it, so it doesn't perfectly follow the bullet. But then when the bullet gets destroyed... Yeah, that looks fine. I am thinking though, if the bullet gets destroyed upon hitting something, it should probably still move in the opposite direction, if that makes sense. So if we go to our, for example, physics system, we're performing reflect here when we're constructing the direction. I can use that in other places too. So if reflect is really cheap, I think. So I can just calculate this outside of here and do this as well. Something like this. On particles. So we're passing in the reflect there. When the wall's destroyed, I'm going to have a special case for that. In this case, when the bullet is destroyed upon hitting the wall, we could just invert the bullet's direction. That makes sense. At this point, a bullet has collided with a wall. It's going to be destroyed. But we don't need anything super fancy because this is just being used for a particle. So when the bullet explodes, it explodes backwards against from the wall, roughly. Not perfectly, but good enough for a particle. So I think being able to pass in that would be nice, if that's possible. I don't know if there's an amazing way to do that. We have linear motion, so perhaps I could just invert or rotate linear motion by 180 degrees. So I'm thinking something like this. It's dot velocity, right? Oh no, dot direction. So dot direction would be something like the linear motion's linear velocity. And then I don't know if there's an easy way to just rotate it by doing minus. That would be kind of cool. You know, you just do that. Or if I have to use maths rotate I or something multiplied by that. We can just try this for now. See how that looks. Thank you, Francis. I appreciate it. I mean, that looks okay, actually. Hang on. Maybe that's it. Yeah, look. It's not perfect, but I think it's about as perfect as I need. You see when the bullet splashes against the wall last, it like... It's just minus. Yeah, okay, that's easy. I think I need to use an even smaller sprite than little particles. Like the one that I've got here for small particles still already feels a bit much, you know? Let's try a new... Let's try that. Yeah, that's a bit better. Because if you're really shooting the wall, it'll spawn a bunch of those little ones. Now, what I should probably also do is randomize the start time, even if it's non-static. Just so they don't all look like they're starting on the same frame. And we can really easily do that. It's actually kind of beautiful. Now, Entity Factory, we were already doing this random start time thing for animation. What we could do in here is we get a reference to the sprite. We could say auto ref sprite is this. We could say sprite dot animation time, and then this. If it will let me. So I think that will be quite easy. I don't know why I'm stabbing these mice. Oh yeah. So. Oh fuck! Wow! Look at the velocity on that. That's insane. Something's a little wrong there. I guess it's okay. That's actually really funny. Why not reflect the last particle direction too, as opposed to a straight block? You'll need. Oh, it's in use reflect. Yeah, I could do that. I just wanted to experiment basically. Would reflect give me? Yeah, I guess. No, that makes sense. Yeah, because minus just returns back. No, I do want reflect. That's a really good point. I think that's fine. I was just unsure if reflect... I was always saying reflect is cheap enough, so... We just do... How would I... What am I reflecting it against? Because I don't have the wall normal here. I could calculate the wall normal, but it seemed kind of annoying to have to calculate the wall normal when it was unnecessary. I think I have it down here. Why? Oh, actually, maybe I do. I should rename this to wall position and normal. I think we do have it, actually. Good point. So, that's really easy then. In fact, it's even basically the same code. So, in fact, I think it's literally the same code. Cool. Don't forget to normalize it. Well, you see, if I don't normalize it, it does actually... So I was talking before about how I might want it to take some of the velocity from the projectile. So it's not terribly wrong that it does like fly off really quick. It's funny. It's not exactly how I want it to be, but it's interesting that you can do that. That's really good. I was thinking of like plotting the velocities on some kind of graph. So it's got a min and a max, and it will sit somewhere in the middle between these reasonable values, but... Yeah. But I will normalize, because for now at least we were saying that it's it is a normalized direction, but you get the idea out. I could also just use that as speed. You know, I could take the velocity, convert that into some kind of speed on the speed modifier, and then use that as well. No worries, huh? Oh, wrong thing. Okay. That's good. The normal is already normalized, it's the use of reflect that needs to be. Did I put it in the wrong spot? Oh, sorry, I put it the wrong way around. That's my bad. I'm getting a little tired, I guess. Is this reflect used like everywhere? Could have a function, like a like a easy to use function for this. It's interesting because I think the knife is technically inside the wall here. Sometimes it goes like the other way. It's because I'm moving towards that. Oh god, that looked pretty bad. But yeah. I guess the normal sometimes is inside the wall, which kind of makes sense. It looks so much better now, actually, doesn't it? Now that the walls feel more solid, if that makes sense. Now that the projectiles kind of like the particles bounce off of them. Do you know what I mean? Like, I hope that makes sense. Compared to before, when the particles were just spreading out radially. Like, it actually feels like I'm hitting something. You can imagine this making a sound, like a... The Blue Archive music is really good for WoW. I should ask Itsudayo if they want to do a commission. How many thousands of fucking won would that be? I don't know. Do they still work at Nexon? Or did they move over when that red Blue Archive thing was happening? A lot of the original BA staff left at that point. That one looks off. I like it. I guess because it's reflecting in this case. That makes sense. It just so happens, I mean, the sniper rifle obviously doesn't ricochet. So, that makes sense, I guess. I'd expect some bullets. I'd expect some particles to come back at the level of incidence. So I guess what I could do is have like 2 particles that get spawned, like one along the angle of incidence and one along the angle of reflection. If those words are correct. Like a small amount that ricochet perfectly backwards, and then way more that reflect in the angle of reflection. It feels weird when you shoot a wall and you don't see like direct pushback. It's a very video gamey thing. But yeah. Okay, we should get the lifetime thing to work. That won't take too long. just making this up, but let's say that particles randomly live for a bit less or a bit more than they're expected to. Also make the spread bigger, but limit the angle to 180 degrees. Yeah. But then if I limit it, am I not going to see like that clamping error where most things will be around the standard distribution, but then also weirdly at the edges? Say the max is actually this, and it should actually go the other way. So the lifetime you provide is actually the maximum life at which that particle should live. That makes sense. If you say 1 second, I want it to be up to a second. Looks okay. Okay, I'm wondering if when I hit a enemy, I should make the bullet... Isn't there like a hit when you hit with a bullet? It makes a little pass. That little spark there should probably be directional, right? It's actually funny because Woho 1 technically had directional particles, I think. When you hit something, I think I always made it so the sparks would spray downwards because you were always shooting up. There was only one angle of shooting. It was straight up. The particles would spark downwards. So it actually looked when you were hitting something like your bullets were bouncing off, which was kind of a funny little hack. I'm not here to answer your questions of LLMs. You can use a search engine. I'll happily answer any human questions you have there. Do you know what that question means? Could you reword it in a different way? You're saying that you can replace object-oriented programming with procedural programming? Because you could do that in C as well. Okay, we're making the engine. You can read the FAQ to find out information related to this project. Okay, so in our physics system, we're doing this crap, right? Bonk. So when I'm also doing this in, let's say, U, transform.position, we need to work out a... Do we have linear motion in here? Not necessarily, right? Does a bullet have to have linear motion? I think so, does it? No. Apparently they do. I could just make it optional. So if const auto const linear motion equals this isn't reflecting anything. I just want to see if this works as a basic concept. So yeah, if the bullet gets destroyed, if it has a linear velocity, which for now they all do, then the velocity of the bullet destroy particle will be the direction that the bullet just came from. Which isn't a reflection, sure, but better than nothing, I think. It's worth having a look at least, see how it looks. Wall destroy. You're okay. A bullet destroy. Bullet ricochet. Yeah, it is using the small spark. Interesting. Okay. Just a few little things. I should probably be using these style of constructor. I should get myself an Uzi again. I'm not really practicing with the knife. Oh, I should fix the knife swing. Thanks for reminding me, knife. I don't know what you're saying. I'm afraid this is an English-speaking stream. Let's see. So those are all looking normal. Forgive the wall particles. We're going to work on those in a moment. They're just placeholder. Starting with a random animation frame is really good. Because now it looks so much better. Alright, let's see. Yeah, look at that. Now it looks like the bullet's kind of coming back at you. It's obviously, again, it's like it's not a reflection. So, yeah. For a basic little cheap and cheerful effect, it's not so bad. You can barely see it, I'll be honest, because the enemies are dying in one hit, but let's say we do it with the shotgun. I can't really see it. Yeah, with something like the Uzi, it makes a lot of sense. You can see like loads and loads of sparks coming back towards you. And if we fix the depth drawing thing, so we can actually say particles maybe sit on top of things, it'll look even better, I think. By fix, I mean right, because there's no depth right now. Things are just drawn in whatever order they feel like it. Things are looking great. I'm just watching the bullets as they get destroyed, like reflect off the wall. It's really quite nice. Only seeing the knife angle against the wall. Looks a bit like I'm cutting through some leaves. Which I guess I am. Okay, let me think. I want to fix that quickly. Bullet alt fire. Angular velocity I think should be 10. Oh god, I remember doing this. This is horrible. There we go, that's what I wanted. Maybe 9.5. It seems to like go back into your hand for like a frame. It's kind of weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, anyway. Do I want to make... Yeah, alright. So... Position, huh? I want to define the shape. So it doesn't have to be spawned from a single point. But that single point could instead be calculated as the center of a square or a circle. Let's say for now it's just a square to make things easy. I just immediately just lost all my energy. So this will be the last thing I do, I think. The idea being that right now, if previous position isn't updated when it starts end, it might interpolate to or from the hand for a tick. Okay, I'll note that down for next time to have a look at. Knife sits in hand 1 frame after alt fire. Donut suggests, and then I'll just paste your comment and we can look at that when I'm more energetic. Glad to see on stream. That's good. So it really is just 1 frame then. Okay. How do I want this? Let's work back to front. I really just lost all my energy. I think it's my blood sugar is really low, maybe. I woke up at 8:30, so it's now 4 o'clock. Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess I basically worked a work day. It's been a good one. Let me think. This has to be the last thing. I'm quite tired. Okay. So, position. Normally, I'm just directly passing in the position here, but ideally I'd want to be able to say either here or in the section just above to modify the position. And I'd either want to modify the position somewhere within a square or within a circle. Within a circle it would have bias probably towards the center, and within a square I'd want it to be anywhere within the square. Now I'm thinking... I'll show you in a minute, Neo. You can also... It's a YouTube video, this stream, so you should just be able to go backwards in the video, maybe? I don't know if that works if you've just joined. You might be able to, like, rewind the stream. I'm thinking right now the only place I'm spawning stuff in a square is on a wall, and I'm manually adding this 0.5 thing. So it might be simplest if I say that actually with a square, the bottom left is 0, 0, and then I will randomly give it a new position up to some value. That way, for example, where I'm spawning a bunch of particles on wall destruction, it should give me some sort of something like this, you know? Randomly. And when I'm hitting something and I want it to spawn radially, most of them will be around the center. There'll be a few off to the side, but most of them will be towards the center. Currently, we have this behavior, except we don't have any randomness, so everything always spawns right in the middle. So I'm going to work on this square thing first. Now my question... No, my question wouldn't be if I extract it, because it has to be within this loop. So, I'll have a STD optional... I call it a float. Would I have a separate function for that? I could also pass in a lambda to provide... No, that'll be a pain. I was thinking I could make a struct as well. So I could have a struct called like particle spawn shape. And I could have a... particle spawn circle. I mean, this, in fact, could just be a donut shape. Yeah. Although I don't know how I'd pass in the standard deviation for a circle to be towards the center. That might be a hassle. So for now, let's not worry about that round thing. Let's just try and get a square in. So I'll do a STD optional... What was it called? Donut square? Rectangle? You have rectangle, yeah, but do you have square? No. Well, in which case, let's just call it a float for now and say square spawn position. I'll come up with a better name another time. So, if square spawn position, then we'll want to modify position, okay? Auto start position equals position. I want to spawn there. And then I'll say spawner plus equals square spawn position. And then we'll want to multiply that by some percent. Do I have a random percent in here yet? No, that would be handy. Random percent. So 0 to 1. And something like this. So this is truly going to be a uniform real distribution. Square cube might be useful to save the float or two if you plan to store it. I'm not storing it for now. I just want to, for walls, I want to be able to pass in 16 and then have it placed somewhere within that square. So I think this does that job. Oh, sorry. You get the idea? So we spawn at the position, but if we happen to be passing in a square spawn position, I'll come up with a better name when I'm conscious. Let's say this is passing in 16 tile size. Then we've got our tile size. We multiply that by somewhere between 0 to 100 at random. So we should get somewhere within the square, I thought. I guess I want to generate this twice to get an X and Y that are different, because otherwise it'll only go this way, right? Or not. Yeah, no, I want to randomly generate an X and a Y separately. Yeah, that's smart. So I will actually do this. I mean, this is quite easy, just like this. This is VS Code. I think that's pretty sensible. Again, the name could use some work. That's a next time job. Why am I in map? How did I get in here? So, in my, what was it called? Wall break. Was it wall destroy? Yeah. So here, where I'm passing in my wall destroy, instead of passing in the position and then modifying it to be in the center, I can just pass in the position of the wall and then have another thing that says square spawn position is, and then tile size. That's it, I hope. I don't know if I need to multiply that by something. Tile size should be tile size in pixels, I think. So we don't need all this. Nice and easy. And then down here as well. Let's see if that works. I think I saw a compiler error. Alright, what have I missed? Can't be right. Modifiers with an S. Alright, fine. So, when I destroy a wall, it should now spawn... That's not quite. Something's off. I think multiplying it by tile size might not be quite right. They seem to be spawning all over the bloody place. That's good. Okay, why is it doing that? Let's have a look. So... Here we're passing in tile size, which is 16. Well, that's immediately a problem. Because one coordinate, well, it's actually just one, isn't it? It's just one, because it's one tile. So, well, 1.f. That's easy. I should have earlier when I had a red flag in my head. I should have thought maybe, but it's funny to see bugs sometimes. Okay, it's hard to tell because they're moving a bit quick. So let's set the well, actually, wall destroy. You might not even need to pass this in because by default it should be 1.0f, I think. So we can actually make this quite a bit simpler. Ideally, only ever really passing in the position to this thing. Okay, let's see. So I'd like you to move a lot slower. I'd like there to... Actually, I'd like you to move not at all. So I'd just like to see if you are spawning the way I think you should. And, hang on a moment. It should be like this. So use the modifier if there is one, otherwise use the baked in one, which could be an optional. Look at that. So I've made them not move, so we can actually see them spawning in their square. Not bad, huh? So if I give them a little speed, make them last a bit less long, and spawn like 40 of them. Hello, Erling Guts. Erling Guts? That's pretty good. Maybe I should randomize the start angle. Oh no, the start angle is randomized on a per particle position. So they just need to move a little faster, I think. .5, but we give them like a big speed, maybe. I don't know. This looks good. Yeah, square spawn position could instead become spawn position, which could have a radius or a whatever we've got here. I think if I make them a lot smaller, this will look a lot better. So let's do that. They are particles after all. Which are usually pretty small. It's starting to look alright, yeah. I've also chosen to like just take some shortcuts. Like for now, all particles have 8 things, 8 frames, just to simplify life until I come up with the care. Now what I could do is make it so the particle that spawned when you break a wall, the direction it moves could be away from the center, but or towards the bullet. The thought. How about I spawn like a fucking 200 of them and see how that looks? They're pretty cheap. Pretty cheap. We see until I spawn like a super nuke that blows up the whole wall. It's a bit abrupt, so I think I need the random lifetime to be a little bit more like that. And then you can live for like a second. Now this is the sort of stuff I should only really be tweaking after I have a particle editor, but look at that. Lower the speed a little bit. Lower the. I'm going to be stopping soon. I haven't had lunch yet and I'm quite tired. Looks okay, doesn't it? I could make them even different sizes. We've got some small, we could have some big ones. Make this a 16 by 16. Some small, some big. This does start to break some things, but don't worry. We're just having a bit of fun. The good thing about only having one static is that I can quite easily do this. Although I don't know, this might not allow me to do this with the no particle. This might crash. No, that's okay. You see, now there's a lot of options for the walls to be. They can be big, they can be small. Might argue there's a bit much movement towards the edges, so maybe I actually make them spawn a bit more towards the center. So if I were to say in my entity factory, and I destroy a wall, instead of making it cover the whole block of 1 by 1, I could make it cover 0.8 of a wall. And when I pass in the position, I can add in 0.2, 0.2. That way, let me do that. That way, they'll actually be a little bit more towards the center. You won't have these particles just suddenly appearing on the edge. Whoops. They'll be in a little bit. And yeah, there'll be definitely a way to do this in a fancier way, but this is okay for now. Let's see. Let's break a wall. Don't know if you can really tell. If I were to give them no movement, maybe that is easier to see. Nice that Entity Factory doesn't take too long to recompile, I guess. 6 seconds. There you can see they're no longer spawning really around the edges of the blocks. They're only spawning sort of towards the middle, which I think looks a little better. Sort of 20%. Just sort of arbitrary. But yeah, if I give them just like a little speed, maybe spawn 100 of them instead. Give them 0.7, so anyway, yeah, I'm gonna head off in a moment. I think this has been tremendous progress for today. I'm so tired. Still not too happy with the enemy death particles, but I think I'll replace this with like blood and gore and stuff, so that'll be nice. This looks okay for now. Good enough at least, right? Maybe let them live a little longer. Yeah, I could really mess around with this forever. It's quite fun. This is why I need a particle editor for, though, because otherwise I'll sit here and tweak forever. It would be nicer if I just had a slider that I could mess around with. Look even better if on an explosion I spawned a lot more particles raining array from where you just blew up. Like if there was a big flash at this location and like a backblast, big spark. Hello, Roberto. I'm just about to end my stream. We've been streaming for about 5 hours and I haven't had lunch yet, so... Today we've done a bunch of work on the particle system again. We basically rewrote it. Particles now have direction. You can spawn them really easily with a console command, which is what we're doing in all these locations. You can see like when they hit a wall, they splat away from it. When you hit an enemy, the particles take a reverse velocity. They have a lot more. They look a lot nicer, I'd say. Breaking a wall looks a little better now as well. I don't think this is definitely final, but like, you know, this sort of stuff always takes time to come up with. It might also look a little weird just because I'm using brown. Like the walls don't really have brown in them, so that might be partially why it looks a little weird. You know, that's polish. That comes later. Just having it look like this is a great first step. Right, well anyway, yeah, it's looking nice. It does get a little laggy in here when I'm spawning 4,000 particles, so maybe I do want to use that like max particles thing somewhere. Anyway, yeah. Thanks for watching today. I hope you guys like the stream. I might stream later, I might not. It just depends how I'm feeling. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. Later or tomorrow. I'm gonna go now. But I guess not lunch anymore, it's dinner time. Yeah. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. See ya.